Hey everyone, good afternoon. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good Saturday afternoon and you've had a good weekend so far. Book bait, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm definitely in the livery, as you can see. I mean, unless it's Microsoft Flight Sim being an asshat. Anyway, we've got some peeps in the house this morning, or this afternoon. So let's say we've got Kazaki Flyer. Hey Kazaki, how you doing? Lovely to see you. Aditya is in the house. Hey Aditya, I hope you're good. Dougal says he's seeing people turning up in different liveries and aircraft as well, so that's really strange. Perhaps it will sort itself out as we go. We've had a couple of follows. Super Typhon's in the house. Boy Jelly is in here having a bloody ripper. Are you keen for a flight? Yes, I'm very keen for a flight, but my back is killing me, so this is going to be interesting. So I'm on codeine. So cause I've hurt my sacrum joint. It's pinned everything into my back, but hopefully my legs won't die on me completely like they did yesterday. I literally had to lift them with my hands to move them. Mart is in the house. Hey Mart. Scorpio 49 is in the house as well. Yes, has bad back becomes a streamer. I know, right? Oh, Bort Cobain, at least I see you in the livery. I see you in it over there. So, well, here we are. We're in Aleppo today, and we are going to be heading down to Baghdad. So it's going to be a bit of a strange route today. So she originally started following the Euphrates, and at some point during the journey she found the Euphrates hard to follow, and then lost sight of it. So and then she went into a sandstorm and landed in the desert. So I think we're about right. When the sandstorm cleared, she was able to follow the Tigris down into Baghdad, and she said her journey was 500 nautical miles, and that's exactly what we have today. So it should take about 5 hours 17 minutes to get down to Baghdad. In terms of weather so far, I was going to use live weather, because Aleppo live weather should have been around about 8 knots. If you put live weather on, it's blowing something like 20, coming from 270, which is not quite what she had. So I've put it onto big and bold, and I've got an 8 knot wind coming in from 270 with gusts coming from 285 around about the 10 knot mark. So hopefully you guys can follow that if you've got the weather preset pro big and bold. Else, just a few clouds, scattered clouds, broken clouds should do you. We're going to be flying around about 2,500 feet today, so 2,500 to 3,000 feet. So not very high off the ground. We're going to be following the river. So we'll head eastbound. So we'll fly out to 270 around the airport and back out over Lake Assad, and then follow Lake Assad down through the Euphrates. And then we'll turn across country when the river turns easterly. And then we'll fly easterly across the desert. We'll probably do a touch and go in the desert, see how it goes in a turn on the sandstorm, and hope we don't break the struts like she did. So we will, without much further ado, get ourselves started and on our way. Boy Julie says, oh no, just tie it off, have a nap, you've got this. Vibe Strike, good morning, how you doing? So when I loaded in earlier, the controls weren't working again, so now they are. So hopefully we won't run out of fuel like we did last time. So let's get everything started up. Haven't started the engine so far, so we'll give it it's quite warm. It's about 35 degrees on the ground. The time is around about just gone 7. Right, so we've got a good start there. Keep the RPMs down to about 1,000 while we get the temperatures and pressures coming up. We're going to be leaving runway 27, which is over to our left. Okay, pressures have come up nicely. Hey. Goblin Zeus is here. Hey Goblin, how you doing? Actually, see if I can move my legs. Yeah, I can. Right then, let's get a trundling to the airfield. In my 30 years, I've never made myself constantly wake up at 8 p.m. like I have. Oh well, I am very glad that you are able to join us in the morning like this. But Capane, so thank you very, very much. I appreciate it greatly. So let's give a 38 degrees near Marseille. Oh, today in Newcastle it's pretty minging. It's really, really windy. It's MVFR up here today. I mean, live weather for Aleppo to Baghdad today was going to be perfect VFR all the way, but the wind is just... There's something wrong with live weather in the sim again, in that it's constantly... Winds are just way too fast. Constantly too fast. Is that the runway too? Is that the runway entry? No, it's not, is it? It's lost all its taxiway lights as well. So my week's been a good week this week. Been very, very busy. My project that we've been working on for what seems like forever is nearing its launch, which is going to be good. Hopefully Monday or Tuesday next week we shall get the first part of it out, so they can have a little bit of a rest, because it's been really hard yards. Beg your pardon. Thank you. Thank you, Super Typhon. So yeah, so literally the windsock on live is literally sticking out horizontally. It's way too fast. There's Kazaki. He's also, yeah, so I see Kazaki as a tail dragger. Bonanza. We have a helicopter ahead of us in the air. H135. Rad Pilot Randy's here today. I see him coming along. How are you doing, Super Typhon? Oh, you need to keep your revs quite high, Bort. Because if you let them drop too much below 5,000, they just stop. There's a Dougal. How about that for a stream with Mr. Murph last night? Wasn't that cool? For his anniversary of flying Microsoft Flight Sim. It was so lovely to see so many people, but faces to names that I hadn't seen before. Obviously I've seen Stu and I've seen Murph and Colonel Falk and Border and whatever, but it was nice to see Dougal and it was nice to see Dazzy Arab. And Steve Solo. I've never seen Steve before, so that was lovely. Well, I'm about 50% with the parking brake on, but yeah, it's if I pull mine down, you'll notice it will start to stutter. So I think it needs a little bit of an update, but I keep it around about 1,000. Sounds like I'm about to take off with it as well. So we've got we've got everyone here then. So let's get ourselves under the way. Say goodbye to Mouslimie, or which is now Aleppo. Zenob, how you doing? Whoops, watch the wobbles, Alison. Come on. There we go, it's better. A little bit of a gust as we took off. Look at all the boys and girls. Just make sure I stay out of the way with that one. I wish I could put flaps up. No flaps in this baby. So we'll do a left turn out once we get out over this park. And then we'll fly back. We'll fly back along the past the runway, out over the eastern part of the city, and head towards Lake Assad. So I'm going to start turning. Put your arms in, arms with flaps back then. Yeah. So I'm just like turning around. They want to keep it nice and low today. How you doing, Bojili? Good to see you. Yeah, big black clouds. You don't want to have those. I mean, I'm gonna turn on a sandstorm when we get over the desert, and we are gonna touch down in the desert. She actually spent a couple of hours in the desert. Basically, when she landed, because the aircraft had no brakes, it was even then trying to run away from her. In the wind, and she had to turn the aircraft into the wind, grab suitcases out of the well, there's a weather preset pro sandstorm preset, so if you've got it, turn it on. If not, don't worry about it. So we're going to be heading for about 40 miles, around about 91 degrees magnetic. But we're just going to look for a big lake, which is where the Euphrates filters into. Yeah, yeah, they've done something really badly at the moment, Dougal, haven't they, with the... I don't know why I'm not showing as a steerman. I really don't know. Because I absolutely am in one. And there's Dougal, there's Bort Cobain, Scorpio, Kazaki, Rad Pilot Randy, Druid Zeus, and Goofier in the H135. I'd forgotten that ever since we had the patches. Well, perhaps I'll jump to another server quickly and come back to see if that changes it. Give me a moment so I don't crash and burn. Okay, I dropped servers and came back. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that might do something. When you all come back, that is. I'm back on the North Europe server now. There's Kazaki. And there's somebody. It's Bert Cobain. So people are coming back. It worked, did it? Okay, cool. I mean, again and again, I'm so surprised by the countries we fly in, because I mean, I've never been to Syria. I expected it to be a little bit more deserty, and I know that there are parts of it that are, but around here? Oh, Scottish Optic has just subscribed with Prime. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Scottish Optic. Thank you and welcome. Shuffle Shoes is here too. Hey, Shuffle Shoes. Good to see you. We've just left Aleppo and we're heading eastward towards Lake Assad, where the Euphrates joins it, and then we're going to follow through Lake Assad down past the into the Euphrates, and we're going to follow it down for quite a while. So then we're going to be crossing the desert a little bit, run into a little sandstorm, just a simulated one for a bit. We'll touch down and clear it fairly quickly afterwards, so that we don't simulate the 2 hours that she sat on the grounds guarding herself from coyotes or wild dogs and bandits. She didn't know where she was. She thought she was going to she could end up dying out there, basically. She covered the engine with cloths and covers to try and stop it getting sand and everything in it, because obviously not a good look. But when she restarted it, it restarted on the first swing of the prop, so she was very lucky. Yeah, the Earth is beautiful, and as you say, yeah, it serves propaganda to. Scorpio says, "Oh no, labelled as Stearman, but still wrong plane." Well, I don't know what it's doing. I can see you all you guys in your Stearmans. Okay, Viper, we'll see you in a bit. To keep this road here just on my port side, because it goes to a town, and I'm going to butcher all of this, I'm sorry, so if you're from this area, many apologies, but I think it goes through like a town called Dayir Hafir, And then we want it to go, whoa, and then we want it to go onto our starboard side and then carry on going past a few roads, and then we'll be at Lake Assad, and then we'll follow that down to the southeast, and then we will follow the Euphrates. And there is a big lake down there, but I can't see what it's called. You just watched me go from a Stearman to a Bonanza. Well, it must be the servers not recognising the aircraft properly. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. So this should take us around about 5 hours, 17 minutes to get down to Baghdad. And anything can happen in those 5 hours. Had so much codeine recently, so... So I'm doing about 90 knots. I'm going to be doing about 90 knots today, Viper. Obviously, I've got a tailwind at the moment, but it'll be a crosswind when we start going down past Lake Assad. And I don't know if Annalisa is lurking, but if you are lurking, can I just say thank you for 6 hours ago, resubscribing for 6 months, another 6 months at tier 2. Thank you so much, darling. That's really greatly appreciated. If you're not here, I'll tell you when you come on. But I did notice that there was a little notification lingering on my activities. So thank you so very much for that. I really appreciate it. And sorry for any alerts that are not going off, but my bot doesn't seem to be being a good bot today. Ah, and there's a cub. See, I seem to be seeing everyone okay, but no one's seeing me okay. I was seeing people yesterday with all sorts of wonderful liveries and everything. It was really nice. Okay, so this road now cuts across us, just ahead. Never too late. Viper to do things like that. I mean, obviously, Amy didn't have a float plane, so we won't be doing that. But if you've got a boot, you want to log back in with some floats, feel free. Spitfire RAF 100. Good afternoon, my friend. How are you doing? I hope you're having a fabulous Saturday. I think Murph and Gibbo were sat up very late this morning. Putting the world to rights. Much ginnage, I suspect. I think you might be right there, Dougal. how's my week been? Been very busy, Viper. Very busy. Very busy indeed, but pretty good, to be honest. Spitfire RAF 100. I'm moving into a new house next week, and you can't. Oh, a week on Monday. A new house week Monday, and can't wait. Oh, congratulations, Spitfire. That's brilliant news. Yeah, absolutely brilliant news. It's you know, buying a house is very, very stressful, but when you actually get moved in, it's brilliant. So really pleased for you. One of my team members is he bought his first house on. We got the keys to his first house about 10 o'clock on Friday night, so he's a happy little chappy at the moment as well. So. Yeah. I moved. Was it twice? One? Yeah, twice in a year. Never again. Never again. Yeah, I mean, I sold a house and I was buying another one, but it wasn't ready for ages. So I had to rent one. So we had to basically move into one house, move from one house to the rental house, and then from the rental house to the house when it was built. So this is Dair Hafia. Don't know. I wonder if they're historical ruins or ruins of things that have been blown up. Yeah, I sold a house in that period of time. But I only lost about $5,000, so. Oh, that's Lake Assad in the distance of our 12 o'clock. Little way to go still. We were in one of our previous homes, says Scorpio, 26 year. Every time you buy something larger, the box, larger box in the attic. I've still got boxes I haven't opened since I moved up here in 2004 under the stairs. And it has things like my Amiga in it and things like that somewhere. My Commodore 64 is in the other bedroom. But it's always the stuff that I'm a terrible hoarder. Never want to let go of stuff. So we've got Kazaki ahead of us, Druid Zeus, Steve JB73, hey, welcome again. Bort Cabane, Scorpio 49, Rad Pilot, Randy, and Gofier. I think we had a Drew Services ahead of us. Well, I can understand having boxes of photos though, right? Because they're memories. I'm untidy. My house is clean, but I'm untidy. I'm terrible. I have no problems with floordrobes. I mean, my loft is pretty empty, to be fair. So we had our loft converted about 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago. Oh, Steve J. Bland has subscribed for tier 1 for 5 months in advance. Oh, Steve, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Welcome to the Airhearts, and I'm glad you're enjoying flying along with us. So you must be Steve JB73. Lovely to meet you. Thank you. Also, hi Panda, did you enjoy your walk? I've nicked your wheat bag. Great. The next one, the next series is going to be nice. We're going to go up through Africa, zigzagging our way, following the journey of the Irish aviator Lady Mary Heath. She also did it in a Stearman, so it's all going to be low, slow, and areas in Africa I've not seen yet, except one place. When we go through Khartoum, I will have seen Khartoum, but we'll be coming at it from the south. Oh, Captain Seppi, hello. Welcome, welcome. Was a good walk. I stopped by the local shop for beeroo. What a surprise! Morlin has bought beer. I'm doing okay. My back is killing me, but not at the moment. I'm sat pressed against a hot wheat bag, and my legs I can move a bit more today. I couldn't move them yesterday. So painful. But hey ho, it's what you get for getting old. Oh, and if you didn't and haven't followed Captain Seppi yet, you absolutely should. Last week, flew from Los Angeles to Hawaii in a DC-6 using only celestial navigation to get there, and made it. What a fantastic achievement. So if you want to go and watch how he did that, go and watch his stream from last week. It was really good. Really good. So I need to follow this road a little bit, then cross it just over there, and then we'll go follow the lake down, because that's Lake Assad. I will let you know. Bork. Oh, I hear a sarod and some tabla. It was difficult and rewarding. Oh, I mean, you had to work so hard at it as well. I mean, you were flying and navigating, which normally back in the day that would have been like Fred's job to do, not the pilot's. Rad Pilot Randy has resubscribed for the 4th month and has trickled off a little hype train. Thank you, Rad Pilot Randy. That's really, really, really kind of you. Oh, 11.5 hours. Did I say 11.3? I didn't mean... yeah, that's, yeah, 11 and a half. Yeah. Well done. That was fantastic, though. I kept dropping in and out because I was tired, but it was brilliant. Captain Seppi has gifted a tier 1 sub to Spitfire REF 100. Thank you, Captain Seppi. How kind of you. How you doing, Rad Pilot Randy? Woo, I'm way off course, but it doesn't matter. There's a big lake to follow. I must have double pressed the button, but it worked. And here's Lake Assad. Right, so we're going to follow this puppy. Because the Euphrates comes into the lake at the top, and comes down. So the Euphrates, very, very, very important to this part of the country. Runs through. Oh! Bort Cobain. Oh, that's fantastic. Bort Cobain has gifted 5 Gear 1 subs and gifted 10 in total now. That's so kind of you. And has gifted to Dalmansont, Goofy Air Manatee, Philixine and Tom the Crab. Thank you so much, Bort Cobain. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Kingsman! Kingsman, hello, my friend. Kingsman has subscribed again for his 5th month. How you doing, my friend? Are you still in Cornwall? Or are you back in the tune? Sorry, not the tune, the pool. Oh, but there's a little airport near us right now, Rad Pilot Randy, if you wanted to jump in from there. We are near Oscar Sierra 62. Oscar Sierra 62. Did you have a nice time? Good, because you deserved a nice break. I'm glad you had a nice time. Yeah. No worries, Brad Pilot Randy. So, yeah, I'd forgotten that on all of my posts since just after helicopters came in, I'd said no helicopters in my post. But helicopters weren't causing the problems that we were having now, so I've taken those off. So if anyone wants to join and they've got a helicopter, you're more than welcome. I'm sorry if I've been putting any of you off from joining in flying with us, but I just hadn't noticed that I'd marked it. So this side of the lake is controlled by the Aleppo Governorate, and the other side is Al-Rakua. Tarnish, hello again, my friend. How are you doing? I know I wished it the other day, but I hope you had a great birthday the other day. So Tarnish had his birthday this week. Aw, good. Hopefully the music's not too loud. Yum. Yeah, all good there. Temperatures are nice and good. XVMF Smurfy. Hello. How are you doing? Good to see you. I hope you've had a good week and are having a good weekend. We're not far away from Aleppo. We're just taken off and we're heading down to Baghdad, following the Euphrates for quite a while. Then we're going to go across the desert for a little bit, come into a little sandstorm, land on the desert for a little bit, take off again, and then we're going to keep going east until we pick up the Tigris. Oh, there we go. We got a level 1 hype train. Thank you, guys. Said level 2 completed with 10 subscriptions. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it is a weird, interesting, isn't it? Because I was like, is that land? But yeah. But it's just a bad mask by the looks of it. Indeed, the land of 2 rivers. Doing okay, rough week, but I will make it. Now, I can jump in the sim. Oh, well, I'm sorry you had a bad week. I mean, if anyone's ever had a bad week and they ever need someone to talk to, you know, just reach out to me on Discord. I'm always there to listen. I don't always have the answers, but I will always listen if you need someone to talk to. Hey Kian, how you doing? Mr. Donut, I saw you doing donuts in your aircraft last night. Crazy man. Yeah, it's a weird mask, isn't it? Just completely broken. The site of the Garden of Eden and the Great Flood. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah. It was a dance routine. Well, we'll have to find some music for you. Yeah, the Strange Lake's on mine too. It's just got, I just wonder whether it was a satellite pass and it was very dark. Really should be closer to the land, just in case anything went wrong. She would glide onto the ground, so I'm just exploring the lake, really. Yeah, sure, looks okay. It's not like it's weird, I don't know. I don't know. I don't quite know when they are going to plan on doing the Africa, Middle East updates. But I certainly know I'll come back to see the Africa and the Middle East again. Yeah, it's just a bad tile, isn't it? Just seems some trees in the middle. Oh, well, you wouldn't see them now, would you? But obviously, you know, Lake Assad was created by a dam, wasn't it? Because I think there's it's like an old Crusader fort that was on. Yeah, there's a couple of bad tiles there as well. Look, on the ground. That was once a hill overlooking the Euphrates, and is now an island in the Euphrates. So I found a picture in the week, not up this, but because I'm an Amy Johnson and Amelia Earhart fan, look what I found. So I found a picture of George Putnam, Amelia Earhart, Amy Johnson, and Amy's future husband, which she hadn't married in 1930, Jim Mollison, who was also an aviator and had several records that Amy broke later on in life. But just goes to show that, you know, people of the day all got together. I was very surprised and very pleased when I found that one. Just like the Flight Sim 28, everyone hangs out together. Yeah, I was just about to go there. But absolutely right, Captain Seppi. Oh, Airlock Doc has subscribed for a second month and is on a 2-month streak. Second month better than the first. Little too warm here. Could be a lot worse. Oh, thank you, Airlock Doc. No, I always it's you know it's when people subscribe. It's, you know, it's the follow-on months that actually really mean so much, because people you know, they're invested, and whilst I never need anyone to subscribe or anything at all, it's always gratefully received, because I'm a naughty Alistair and I've bought loads of kit and loads of aircraft. But yeah, they also did meetups, right? "30 in the shade. I tend to hide. Thank goodness we've got a portable aircon. Too hot to even play inside. Crikey." Oh, Kian, hello. It's in the A5 today. Welcome, Kian. So Lake Assad sort of bends away to our port side a little bit. So we'll be following that down and round as it narrows into the Euphrates. I can't this year, but maybe next year. I definitely want to come to Flight Sim Expo now that I'm streaming and everything. September's not a good month for me this year. But I will certainly try and get out there. The Tigris and Euphrates formed the cradle of the civilization of Mesopotamia. Yeah, they certainly did. Oh, it looks like there's an elevation marker on the map as well there for if you hit that on a float plane, that'd bounce you in the air. because it narrows around the town of Altabacca. Altabacca. Certainly is steeped in history. And it's such a shame that's what's happening in this part of the world as well. I mean, so if you're going to be following the flight plan, it doesn't quite follow the river exactly, but we will absolutely follow it properly. So I do love this Stearman. Such a lovely plane. So what am I doing? I'm doing about about 85 knots. Morning, old veteran. How you doing, Scott? Lovely to see you. I've had a couple of cups of coffee today. I might have to ask Bork Panda to make me another one in a bit because I'm so thirsty. I love watching all of your videos yesterday. Oh, Smurfy, what's my gamer tag? It's Ali Space Cats. So Alpha Lima Yankee Space Kilo Alpha Tango Zulu. If my bot would be working. It's not really working. Yeah, there it is. It's working. There we go. So that's my game end tag. So, you know, if you want to add me as a friend, please feel free. So just remember, everybody, next weekend. Oh, I had a lot of sleep, Scott. I only woke up for about 45 minutes. So I slept pretty much immediately after Murph's stream last night. I was addled on codeine. And I woke up about 3ish. Had to potter about a little bit. Took some more tablets, and then I did get back to sleep. And I woke up again about 7:30. So it wasn't that short, really. Thank you for the follow, Thorol F451. That's really kind of you. Thank you. But yeah, I love seeing all the different people doing their video shout-outs to Murph yesterday. There's not much we can do with my back. Not really much I can do with it, Scott, to be honest. It's just old age. And I know everyone looks at me and goes, yeah. But I am, 55 this year. The videos made me cry. They did make me cry. I cried. So I am an unashamed crier. I will blubber anything. Depending on how emotionally I am at any point of a given month. I can cry at adverts. If they've got kittens in, for example. Old gamers unite! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yeah, I'm a 1966 baby. Oh, it was brilliant. Well, yeah, it should be a spin tricking, but I did lots of judo and all sorts of rubbish stuff when I was younger. So my hip joint, my sacrum joint, where my hip joins my spine, all my discs are desiccated, and yeah. So what happens is I impinge nerves all the time, and they won't do anything over in the UK to it unless it's totally impinged. Yeah, World Cup baby, and Everton won the FA Cup in 1966. Come on, you Blues! But I was but I'm a late baby, so Boxing Day, 26th December. The year you left school, crikey. No worries, Airlock. Yes, I was. So remember, everyone, next weekend on our flight from Baghdad to Bandar Abbas, we will be doing the giveaway, 4 giveaways of €25 gift vouchers that have been generously donated by the Simwings Community Project. Yeah, come along and watch next week. We will be having 4 giveaways during the duration of the flight. The flight's going to be about 10 hours long next week, so we will split it up over the time of the flight, and 4 people can have a chance to win some simmarket.com vouchers. Oh, Rad Pilot Randy, I'm sorry. Catch you soon. So this must be the dam that formed Lake Assab. Yes, we're going to be following the Euphrates, Kian. So this is the dam that blocked the Euphrates to form Lake Assad below us right now. Wasn't there back in the day. She just followed the river, so it wasn't quite as wide. But yeah, we're going to be following the river, which is what Amy did. Which is interesting, because when I popped onto Pilot Peely's stream on Thursday, and he was following the Thames. Isn't it funny that we did a stream the other day following a river, and we're going to be following another 2 today? Oh, I can hear that icon behind me. And there's a Kian. Great little aircraft, that icon. I do like it. And this is Euphrates proper. So the Euphrates starts up. It just outside Murat Su in Turkey, flows for around about 2,800 kilometers or 1,700 miles, all the way down to its mouth at Shat Al Abab. Oh, brilliant! So my Alpha has a shipping label and should be back soon. Don't know if they did a repair or replacement, so we'll see what happens. Oh, fingers crossed that you get it back on Monday. Brilliant. Oh, there's an aircraft nearby I can hear. Oh, it's Bort Cobain. There's Bort there. Kian's out there. Tarnish, Druid Zeus, Duga McTavish, Kazaki Flyer, Scorpio, Goofy 8, and Steve JB. Dazza! Hey Dazza! Hey, it was great to finally put a face to the name yesterday. Oh, I loved your video. That made me laugh, especially the Gibbo bit and the ending. It was just it was brilliant. Well done, mate. Black Ice Gabe is here too. Hey, Black Ice, how you doing? We're following the Euphrates down towards Baghdad. Yo, did you get paid yet? Wasn't it brilliant? Hey, Gibbo, I've done it. Yeah, $250. Yeah, all right. Yeah, and then, hey kids, we're going to Butlins. Oh, of course, no, we're not. We're going to Spain. It was just perfect. Yeah, but make sure Gibbo pays you. It was perfect, wasn't it? Yeah. Has little Dazza's hair grown back after his mammoth hair growing and shaving session, raising all that money for charity. What a good cause that was. It is, isn't it? I mean, I'm so glad that... I mean, last week when it was... the other week when it was very, very super unsaturated, the game lost a lot of its coloration. But now it's all back. You know, we've got... when the clouds are there blocking the sun, the light rippling off the water. Oh, there's a load of trees in there as well, look. I don't think those trees are meant to be there. Although, on the satellite image for this area, it does look like there's trees in the water. Oh, perhaps they are. Perhaps just a very low piece of land getting in. Oh. It's going back. Is your head? Is the hairdresser's cool? No worries, Scott. See you in a bit. Yeah, looks very marsh. Yeah, you're right. Never been here before, so this is all new. So I'm looking at it with new eyes. I'm actually flying the Tollis A319 in X-plane. Don't hate. Wouldn't hate you at all. Yeah. I think, you know, we all get our enjoyment where we get it. And X-plane is not a bad sim. It's not. I think it's just currently more suited for you know, precision study level aircraft and airliners, really. But competition is great. The more competition we have in the sim market, the better we will all win. No worries. I mean, the Tollis is a very nice aircraft. Bort, could you do me a favour and come and pull my blind down for me? Because I'm not going to be able to reach it. And later tonight, I think, I'm not quite sure it is Dougal, but you could probably tell us. But Q8 Pilot is doing a giveaway on his stream tonight. $500 worth, I believe. He's giving away that have been generously donated by the Singwings community community project, not product. So if you want to have a chance of winning that, see if you can hop along and see if you can get a chance of winning. What's my ETA? 1, 2, 3, 4. About 7:30. About 7:30, Muse fan. How are you doing? Thank you, darling. Thank you. Want your coffee? Thank you. Eat it. Sorry? Wheat bag. Oh, yeah. Is he streaming on Twitch, Dougal? Or is he on YouTube? Right, okay. Gibbo, hey! How are you doing? After your very... Well, you haven't had much sleep, have you? Doing okay, thank you. We're following the Euphrates at the moment as we head down towards Baghdad. Wasn't that amazing last night? Solarhawk7, hello. Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Not too bad. I've got a dodgy old back, but not too bad, thank you. I hope it's not too dark for my camera. Captain Mahoney, how are you doing? Yeah, it was brilliant. It's just I pulled my blind down so it's dark in front of me. I had tears. Yeah, me too. I was definitely crying. Black guys, I've just made 2 large bowls of my homemade stew. Oh. Good job Murph's not here, be going off on one about stew. I love stew. I make a really nice beef and red wine stew that has loads of herbs in, with herby dumplings. I think this is raka, or araka. So we're flying along with the Big and Bold preset by Weather Preset Pro today. A little later on in the flight we will be turning it down to just give me a second, thank you. Can you shove that in behind me? Kian Lappard has just said it's 133 days till Christmas. Oh, Kian, I have missed your countdowns, so that's okay. Christmas. So that means it's only 134 days to my birthday. Unless you're counting to Christmas Eve, in which case it's 136. What date's your birthday, Captain Mahoney? Mine's the 26th. Ah, the 18th. Wow. Is there a stream on the 18th? Well, if there isn't, an early happy birthday. I hope you have a fantastic day. It was going youngster. Like, yeah, it's funny when I think of people in their 40s as being youngsters. I'm just lucky. I'm baby-faced, thankfully. Scorpio's paternal grandfather's birthday was Christmas Day. There's so many people with birthdays at Christmas. What holiday is 9 months before Christmas? Seems very popular. Oh, tarnish. I tell you what, the autopilots, I don't trust them at all at the moment. St. Patrick's Day, right? Hey, well, that might explain it, mightn't it? That might explain everything. Wow. What did I say? You're only as old as the woman you feel. Thankfully, Laura is younger than me, but for her, she's got the wrong way around. Isn't this pretty? No, I'm not. No. So live weather is ropey. Well, it's not ropey visually. VFR wise, it's fine, but the wind is not correct. The wind's something like 20 to 25 knots gusting, and it should only be around 8 knots. It's the autopilots are just broken, I think. I have heard of the film Field of Dreams. Muse fan says, did you pause the sim because the trim is broke? If you unpause it, tries to kill you. I'm told my mind is the gutter. Does that work? Yeah, it's fine. The big black cloud is following me. Well, there is one. There is sort of a black cloud just above us. Look, it's been with us for quite a while. I think it is actually following. Okay, Kian, see you in a bit. Oh, they actually played it at the Field of Dreams, did they? Nice. Or was it the Field of Dreams game? I concur, Kazaki. I think they did a lot to make it work immediately on the Xbox that made it worse for non-Xbox users. That I concur with. Okay, well I'll come along and watch Viper. I'm not on CDL this week, so yeah, I can't get the autopilots to do anything really. No, we don't talk about bombing other countries. We're here to aviate and have fun. We keep the politics out until I start ranting about the UK. I can rant about the UK, but I'm not going to talk about what happens in other countries. Apart from the history. Yeah. What's up, Drunken Simin? Hello. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, definitely not. Heading node is fine, but nav, yeah, totally shot. Yeah, I agree with Bort. Yeah, Mahoney, it's they need to fix it. I mean, I don't mind because you know, I like navigating VFR and stuff, but there's a lot of people that want to use the autopilot, and if it's there, why not? I mean, I certainly used it on my Amelia flights. I'm gonna get this wrong. Goblin Sue says the French title Field of Dreams is Jusqu'à bout de rêve. I don't know what is it bout de rêve? I mean, there are some times when it's nice to whack it on and just have a sit back and and have a look out the window. But no, I sim to sim. Right. It is quite hard yards at times, though. Right. Remember to check your fuel, guys. I mean, I had a full tank. Should just be a tank and a bit should get us there today. So we've got about a 500-mile journey today. But you're right, that big black cloud is just following us everywhere, isn't it? I'm literally constantly under that black cloud. Yeah. Yeah, and this, you know, the site here just shows to show how important rivers are. All that lushness, and then just with the desert encroaching in. I think this is Asapka. Again, if you're from this area, don't kill me. I'm mispronouncing everything. Isn't it? It's a massive floodplain, isn't it? Absolutely massive. Black Diamond, how you doing? Here you go, have a coffee. Oh, his or her dream to the end, right? So you've found us flying over the Euphrates on our way down towards Baghdad. We will be turning inland at some point, going into the desert. We'll simulate a little bit of an sandstorm. See if I can crash onto the desert, because she did land in the desert. I had to basically hold her put her aircraft into the wind, put her luggage behind the wheels to stop it moving, and basically sat on the tail to keep it tied down. And she stayed there for about 2 hours with a pistol to protect herself against the wild dogs and bandits that might be around. She'd covered the engine and everything to stop it getting clogged up with sand, and was worried that it might not start and she would die in the desert. But it started on first spin of the prop. Obviously the Gypsy Moth was hand cranked. How are you doing, Black Diamond? Good to see you. Captain Spitfire, hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Flying down the Euphrates. okay. I'm okay. My back's not as painful as it was yesterday. Thank you. Just sitting up yesterday hurt, whereas today is not so bad. But I have taken all the tablets, and I've got a nice heat pack on my back. Town carry up ahead of us is Salim Al-Adan Hamad. All the Spitfires in the house, look. Captain Spitfire and RAF. Spitfire RAF 100. What a wonderful aircraft this Stearman is. Spitfires are lovely and popular. I'm just rubbish in it. I love flying it. If I can get it into the air, I'm great. I'm not bad at landing it, but taking off is not my thing. Thank you, Muse. Yeah, it is pretty grot, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, because often you feel fine in your head, but literally, a sneeze or a cough and it hurts. The shooting pains in your legs. But thankfully, none of those today. Oh, thank you, Black Diamond. That's really lovely of you. Thank you. Well, I'm here with my friends on a Saturday afternoon, flying. What could be better other than flying a real aircraft in real life? But then I don't get to experience with you guys, so this is cool. As I say, if you didn't see the desert in your peripheral vision, the countryside below could just be anywhere, right? Said someone asked a question about liveries and copyrights and stuff. So, I think you would need to. Oh, Juliet Papalima, hello. How are you doing, Juliet Papalima? Yeah. So if you don't know, everyone, Juliet Papalima is CDL's dad, and is one of our fellow contestants in the What the Flock League Trivia League. Lovely to see you. Welcome. You've caught us flying down the Euphrates on our way to Baghdad and the Stearman on day 4 of Amy Johnson's recreation flight. No, that's lovely. I hope you're well anyway, and doing it the old way, flying by hand in Stearmans. What a wonderful aircraft this is. Obviously, the Gypsy Moth, the DH-60 is not in game, so we're flying this because it's the closest we could have. Yeah, it's beautiful, and was actually flown in the 2017. Was flown by Tracy Curtis Taylor in her recreation of the flight. So I think it's very fitting. Starting a National Geographic expedition begins again. Oh, that sounds good. It's a lovely aircraft. And then after a while we're going to be going into the desert, turn on a little sandstorm, land on the ground, and then we'll take off again and head towards the Tigris. And then we'll follow the Tigris down all the way to Baghdad. So she actually followed the two rivers. Oh, Tarnish. See you later, my friend. You take care. A little bit high. Let's gently bring her nose down a little bit. We'll see you soon, Tarnish. How long have you got left? I can. Oh, I've got ages. So about 4 hours to go. About 4 hours, Captain Spitfire. About another 375 miles. Motusua, hello, welcome. Good afternoon to you. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so we'll see you in a bit then. Yes. Yeah, the old river route. Yeah, you can see where it went round, right? And there's another part of the river. If you see that there's a sort of dry bend over here too. On our 1 o'clock. Yeah, I'm good. I'm actually good. My back is not as painful. So, good, good, good. The Selfish Meme 1. Good evening from Perth, Australia. Well, good morning to good evening to you. How are you doing in Perth? York 577, hello. Welcome along. Thank you for joining us today. Got about 4 hours left of our flight down to Baghdad. We're following the Euphrates for a bit, and then we'll be crossing over the desert for a bit to do an attempted landing. No, it's not. It's actually the DC Designs PT-17 Stearman, and it's in a livery designed especially for the flight based on the Jason, which was Amy Johnson's Gypsy Moth, the Havilland 60. Which isn't in the game, so no. So it's more in keeping. It's not as fast as the Carenado. Yeah, I'm good actually. I'm in fine fettle. Fine fettle. Enjoying the scenery. I've obviously never been to Iraq or Syria. Never seen the Euphrates. Yeah. Heart of Mesopotamia formed around here. It's very pretty. Do I have the celestial navigation? Yes, I do. And I'm learning it too because obviously you have to learn dead reckoning and map navigation and all that good stuff as part of your PPL, but they never taught celestial navigation, so I'm learning it too. Yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle. Maths is not my strong point either, but I'm getting there. I don't know if you've watched the Flying Fabio this week. The Flying Fabio was doing some lessons on it, on celestial navigation, and if you can get a chance to watch Captain Seppi last week flew for 11 and a half hours in the DC-6 from Los Angeles to Hawaii, and all he did was celestial navigation all the way, and he was showing you how he did it. So Captain Spitfire, that's well, longitudes and latitudes, hours and minutes play into it, but it basically uses during the daytime the sun's position, and it takes every hour you take a reading 1 minute before the hour, and then you work based on the recording you get, you map it on your charts, and it plots up. You plot a chart across a little nav map. It's really good. I'll post the links to it again on my channel after the flight. But basically it teaches you how to do celestial navigation, gives you all the charts and books to use, and explains what you need to fill in to work out how you're going. But it all integrates with Microsoft Flight Sim, so you have a little plug-in that shows up on your screen, and you take a reading, and then you put it onto your chart, and then you work out where you are, and it's very, very good. Watch Captain Seppi's stream. It's very entertaining and very interesting. Normally, obviously, in a bird like that, you would have your navigator would be doing all of the readings and taking the snapshots, or taking the shot as it's called. But he was doing all the navigation, pilot, and everything else. So, Captain Arash is also learning the celestial navigation. So when the Electra comes in the game, I have 2 people who can be Fred and come along and do all of the navigation for us. What plane? You can use it in any plane. It's just an add-on for the sim and little nav map. So you can use celestial nav on any aircraft. Yeah, it's very cool. Very cool indeed. So yes, the Air Force still does use CERNAV in the States. I believe the Navy stopped teaching it for a while, and now they've brought it back in. Because of course, one thing, if there was ever a significant solar storm that took out the GPS satellites and we couldn't get them back, you're gonna need to bring the old navigation systems back. Well, that's right. So you're using, deductive reckoning to work out where you are. Absolutely. So that's what I would normally do when I'm VFRing on my nav chart. I would map out. Will be great with the big flying boats if it comes to the sim. Well, we've got, yeah, absolutely. We'd love the big clippers. It would be absolutely great. Yeah. Because Captain Seppi is flying the route of I can't remember the flight name, but it was a Clipper 314, and it was the flight that went around the whole world because of the outbreak the outbreak of hostilities with the Japanese. And so it went the long way home. Having left Los Angeles, went via Auckland and back to New York. He's recreating that flight in the DC-6. Obviously, would love to do it in the Clipper, but the Clipper's coming. But yeah, it'd be absolutely brilliant, wouldn't it? But I think it's brilliant that the game is that good, right? The sim is that good that you can navigate. He wasn't using any moving maps or anything. You can navigate using celestial navigation accurately in the sim because the movement of the sun and stars is working. Yeah, so we're doing IFR today. You know, I follow rivers. So for me, it's always I follow railroads, rivers, roads. In the UK, you can pretty much get everywhere following a river, a road, or a railway. Doing research for the Mosquito. What a great aircraft, the Mosquito. Yeah, it blows my mind too. But, you know, I can't do sail nav, but watching people like Fabio and Captain Seppi, sorry, Captain Seppi, my brain's a little bit addled today. Doing these things is just amazing. Bryce Allen, good morning from the USA. Good morning from the USA. Good morning to, good afternoon to you across the pond from Newcastle upon Tyne. How you doing, Bryce? Good to see you. We've got about just under 4 hours to go down to Baghdad. We're following the Euphrates at the moment, but we will turn inland after a bit. Have a few of us flying along today. Orcabane, Copperhat is with us now. Hey Copperhat, Steve JB, Scorpio, Dougal McTavish, Druid's Kazaki Flyer, Kian's back there. Goofia is down below us in H135, and we're flying down slowly. Well, I'm not far from Newcastle Airport, so when you go into runway 25, you literally just, you can see my estate where I live. On your port side as you cross the A1. But if you're coming from the other direction, you don't see me at all. Well, Goblins, yes, I don't know how accurate it is, but for someone to get from Los Angeles to Hawaii without using anything but the celestial navigation would show that it's pretty darn accurate, given, you know, Grand Circle and all that. I think that's pretty incredible. Have to head out now for 2 to 3 hours. Hopefully be back in for the end. Alright, Muse fans, see you soon. Yep, you should be back in time for our landing. And of course, absolutely, yeah, there's a factor of I had friends that lived in San Antonio and they've just moved up to Houston last year. Well, you know what I mean when I say up. But I will get to Texas one day and see you all. Danish G, hello. Welcome. How are you doing? Are you having a good day? Because I hope you are. So when the Euphrates heads out quite a long way into the east, we will follow it and head out into the desert. Well, we'll follow it for a bit and then we'll lose it. And then we'll fly to the desert and we'll do a stop in the desert. I will certainly do that, Scott, I promise. It won't be a day visit, that's for sure. You might wish it was a day visit and get rid of me, because I don't... You think I yak a lot here? You see what I do in real life? You canna shut me up, Cap'n. Yeah, I have seen the pictures. I mean, America's so huge as a country. There is many people who don't really have an understanding of how big America really is. Do they? Took you 3 days to drive the length of it. Crikey. I understand it since I was flying on CDL's cross-country bullet run. Yeah, the cannibal run. So my trim's playing up a little bit. Hardcore driving indeed, yeah. Sun has risen, the sun has set, and I'm not out of Texas yet. One day I fly the Route 66, but it is a long flight. We did it with Murphy. The flight plans should be on the website, but basically we did it over, was it 7 weeks or 8 weeks? So every Monday for, I think it was 8 weeks, we flew the Route 66. All right, Captain Spitfire, see you soon. Bort, can I borrow you for a moment, please? You got trapped in, Dougal says, Big Ben Park when the government workers went on strike. Oh, crikey. We'll see you in a bit. Look at this countryside. We're literally the desert, sort of like. Incroyable. Thank you, Bobo. I'm just going to hand over Amy Johnson Airways to Marlin while I quickly just follow the river.
Camera off.
I'm sorry, I need to stretch.
Camera off.
Oh, Bennett. That Bort Panda, she's good at this flying malarkey. You want to say hello to everyone? There's a Marlin!
Hello.
You alright, darling?
I am. Another one there?
Right, so what we got here? She is an incredibly good baker. Is a little bit is Bort Panda. She's really a good cook. Oh, I see a Cordron. Mahoney's in the Cordron. Nice. That's a cracking little aircraft as well. Copper Hat's here. Kian's here. Scorpio 49. Goofy is still here. Steve JB. Druid Zeus, Kasaki Flyer, and Bort Cobain. And Dougal McTavish out there on the edge of the desert. Your new fave play. It is nice. It is nice. So it's a strange aircraft, but it's nice. Oh, you are a good cook, Bork. You are. It's very unique looking. Is the Cordron. And I think that makes it special. There was a period though when I logged into the game that every aircraft on the ground looked like a Cordron. After I bought it, literally everybody's aircraft was a Cordron. Like a Rolls Royce with a big front nose. So do you know back in the? Do you remember back in the 30s? Oh, certainly back at well. Not this, yeah. People had these back in the 60s as well, but cars used to have like icons on the front, like the Rolls Royce. The next decade, no, the one behind it's a little bit. Amy Johnson on her car, she had an icon of the Gypsy Moth in silver. It'd be nice to be able to sit forward, right? I just saw a little pair of hands come around the corner as Laura jumped into the room to pick something up. One day I'll get her on stream. She's so darn shy. The Leaping Jaguar on the Jags, yeah. Yeah, the pilot sat in the back for centre of gravity reasons. Bit like the steerman. That's why the solo pilot flies in the back. You want a DR1 on your truck? So the big town coming up is Al Jafar, and there's an airport there which is Oscar Sierra Delta Zulu. I'd never flown one I've never been in a biplane in real life. I want to go in one now. After getting the Stearman and loving it so much. No. Well, actually, it's on your Mazda. You can have whatever you like, but... She's talking about the Gripsholm Lion from Gripsholm Castle. Basically, someone killed a lion and brought it back to Sweden, the skin back to Sweden, and the king asked for a taxidermist to stuff it, but the taxidermist has never seen a lion before. And honestly, I'm gonna find it in a bit and show everybody what it looked like. But it was the Lion of Gripsholm Castle. If you're Swedish, you know what I'm talking about. We use it as an emoticon in our Slack channel, and we call it Derp Lion. Someone stole the bridges. Yeah, they're underwater. Yes, I did. Yes, when your spousal unit had a ride in a Stearman. Very jealous. But I'm so glad. And she loved it, right? Libby Dave, 89. Alrighty then. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah. It took a week for the smile to come off her face. Oh, I can understand that. And the Gripsholm Lion is famous for a whole load of memes as well. Let's see if I can add it in and not crash. Browser. No. That's a browser source. Derp. And it's not that one over. MDH Rem, hi, how are we doing? And hi to you too. Welcome along. We're doing great, thank you. We are flying through Syria on our way down to Iraq. And we're following the Euphrates at the moment, and we will go across country in a bit into the desert, where we'll do a desert landing, because on the 8th of May 1930 she ran into a sandstorm and landed. Holy moly, that is one horrible lion. Yep. If Murphy comes down here, I need to see him, if I can get him right on the That's All Brother. You found it. And we got the Fireflies with us again today as we fly through down the Euphrates. It's pretty darn rubbish. Come on. Can't I add the source? It's because it thinks it's a... Oh well. Remove. Well, you guys can find it. Gripsholm Lion. Gripsholm Lion. It's pretty bad. Kasaki's late wife got to sit in the cockpit of a T6 Texan disguised as a Zero and was in heaven for a month. Oh, fabulous. Isn't it good when people do the things that make them happy? And there's Oscar Sierra Delta Zulu. Britain says, can't remember the years, I'm horrible at remembering, but I have been to the UK many times. I have friends who are controllers there and cousins who live in Wales. Oh, as in Syria. Yeah, you can do that, Bork. You're a moderator, so you've got ability to post links. Ah, Fly Darren! Hello! Oh, we've got Fly Darren with us. Hey, Fly Darren! There you go. That's the terrible lion if you want to go and have a look at it. It will make you laugh. But when you think the taxidermist had no idea what a lion was. You should see all the memes for it though. Do you know? So you've got Metro and Golden Mayer, and they've got the Derp Lion doing the very derpy. Oh, they've got him as Simba. Yeah. Whee! Yeah, what a cat, right? I mean, it was done many, many years ago, wasn't it? I mean, it's... Yeah. No, it was shot, but the taxidermist didn't know how to make a lion. Ooh, what would I like to fly? Well, I definitely like the biplane. I like to fly in a biplane because I've never been in a plane with my hair in the wind or my face in the wind. Yeah. I'd love it. I'm not brave enough to do things like wind walking or anything like that, but I'd love to fly in a biplane. Well, there's loads of aircraft I'd like to fly in. I mean, that would just make my, right now, I mean, obviously I've never been in a real Mooney. Never been a real Mooney. That'd be cool. One day I'd like to go in a Spitfire or similar. Ooh, T6. Yeah, that could be cool. I'm not so sure about the big jets, the super fast ones. I've been in one. I went in a two-seater trainer starfighter back in the 80s with the German Marine Flying Squadron. So Marine Geschwaderflieger 2 out of Tarp. But at Duxford, I think they have I think at Duxford, they have a two-seater spit. Yeah, but you know what I mean, yeah. Oh, I've never been in a tail dragger, you see, so, yeah. A Cessna with a tail dragger, yeah. To get the experience of it. I'm one of these people that do things by experience. So when I fly this sim and I'm in a Cessna, I can fly that Cessna because I've flown them in real life. But I find the the tail draggers a little bit hard because I've never really flown in them, so I'm not quite sure. Oh, ow! I've never quite, do you know what I mean? I've always been someone that does things by experience. So I like to. I know I've seen the cost of the flights; they're incredibly expensive, but I'd still like to do it, right? And you can't take your money with you. Look at the desert out there. Fly Darren, you found us at last. I hope you're well. You're in the wacko behind me. Yeah. I see you. Welcome. Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Captain Spitfire. I'm not too bad, Fly Darren, thank you. I've got a bad back at the moment. A B20 wide nav is about $1,100. Wow. Ooh. So they do Avro flights in the UK. And I've always thought about doing one of their Dambuster experience flights. Obviously not over the dams of the Germany, but oh. There's Kian again. Yeah, I've been in a Lank, but not up in one. I've been in a Clipper, but not up in one. They used to have a Clipper at Hendon. So what's on everyone else's wish list then for aircraft? Because I'm not going to get to flying one, but I'd love to go in a Vulcan. Just because the noise, the Vulcan roar, I'd like to do that. What's everyone else's one days? What aircraft would they like to go in? If any aircraft in history, what would you like to go in? Screaming Cheese says a Bombardier seat in the B29. SR-71. Oh, that'd be a good one, Bort. Love the Vulcan, Concorde and F-14. I've flown in the Concorde. I went to New York in it. Mosquito. Yeah, that's the Mosquito, definitely. Spit when you get your license. An auto gyro. Pay. Yeah. Kazaki B25. Who have I missed? Concorde says Gibbo. Harrier, Tornado and Mozzie. Yeah. Harrier would be good, wouldn't it? I'd like to have a go in a Phantom. Our squadron got up in the Hawk for ground acquisition training and the RAF pilots love making us sick. I bet they did. I bet they did. I bet they did. Mosquito, yeah. What about a triplane? Anyone been in a triplane? That would be cool. Never seen triplane, but seen a trijet. Yeah. Sitting Gertie, but I've already done that. Concorde was yeah, bush planing. I've never done any bush planing. Yeah, the Red Baron. All the kind of things. A Sakata Rallier. Nice. I've been in a Learjet as a passenger in my heady days of tax advice. We flew out to Grand Cayman. I just remember standing in a basically a swimming pool bar doing business. Most crazy time of my life. Really weird. Trying to save people tons of money. The Robin. I do remember the old PC game with the Red Baron. I was useless at it, but I love playing it. And there's Noel K MSP down there. And Ryan. Oh, what Ryan's a nice aircraft. Some Warbird rides around here. I shall have a look. Thank you. And obviously, the big plane I'd love to fly in would be the Electra. Without a shadow. Oh, and a Vega. But definitely the Electra. I'd love to go in an Electra. I'd love it, 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 love it. And a DC-3. Oh, so now I'm going to start waffling on about all the grand old birds now. DC-3. I've been in a DC-3, but never been up in one. One of the most, yeah. When I was in Cincinnati, I used to go up to Dayton, to the United States Air Force Museum. Oh, I love that place. Spend hours looking at the aircraft. Look how narrow this the delta is here between the desert. And it's incredible. It's free. I mean, I always donate when I go there. I always get, give a nice donation. Yeah, it's so easy to get to from Cincinnati in a car. Yeah. Great day out, that is. I've been offered a small part-time at Biggin Hill to help out with the Spitz. Oh, that's incredible. I guess, yeah, it's paid with tax dollars, but still, what an incredible place, Scott. I mean, that's the type of thing that you don't mind being paid for with tax dollars, right? Because it's incredible. It's saving history. Yeah, so I don't know if I can get to Oshkosh next year, but I'll try and get there the year after. The reason I can't go this time is we are saving for a Tesla. So, and we've been promising ourselves it for a while, so I know you do, but I will be there next time. I promise. I'll go the year after. Perhaps that's when I'll go to Oshkosh and then come down to see you in Texas. So make it a multi-week visit to the States and hop, skip and a jump around, see people. I'm not going this time. Of this year. Well, if you're over here, we can certainly meet you before then. We can give you some great British hospitality. Oh, you'll be in August of 23, right? Okay. Oh, well, I'm sure I can come out at some point, doesn't it? I mean, because August is very hot where you are, right? So I can come out another time. Oh, 23. This was cancelled. No. So about 3¼ hours to go. Just shy of 300 miles. We are wandering, so. But it's not bad when in the pool. Nope. So this is Al Queria ahead. Look how orange the desert's looking out there from here. All the different colours. Oh, Whack-A-Mo! Hello! You snuck in. Oh yeah, check your fuel, guys. I'm about half full. Who have we got then? Kazaki, Druid, Mahoney, Steve JB, Fly Down and Bort Cobain, Noel, MS, Noel K, Goofy A, Dougal McTavish, Whack-A-Mo, Pop a Hat up there, look, and Scorpio down over there. Look at the scenery there. Colour of the sand that side. Because like I said, we had a meet up in Denver in 2006 and went on a flight sim vacation in Wyoming for a week. All tonight, hello! I knew about you from YouTube, but I didn't know about Twitch. Hello. Well, now you found us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're flying on day 4 of Amy Johnson's flight of her flight from Croydon to Australia, and we're following the Euphrates down from what was Mouslimie, which is now Aleppo, down to Baghdad. But great to see you. Welcome. Yeah, I stream on Saturday every Saturday on Twitch, live with the Fireflies and anyone else that wants to come along. My cousin West Wales will spend the whole day in the backyard, either in the pool or out under the umbrella. They would take breakfast, lunch and everything if they could. Oh, crikey. I'm not really a sun baby, so I certainly don't oil up and that stuff. I'm an exploring Alison. I like to explore. Well, welcome, welcome. Lovely to see you. I'll give you a big wave. How's that? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, I could have streamed on YouTube, but we found we had yeah, YouTube's quite hard to moderate on, and not everyone's nice on YouTube. I find people generally are nicer over here to us on Twitch. But yeah, so every Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock UK time, so 1300 Zulu, we fly recreation. So this is I'm currently doing Amy Johnson, and as you know from YouTube, we're flying down to Australia, which she did in 20 days. Yeah, the the mod tools are better. Thank you, Shuffle Shoes. You take care. Lovely to have seen you. You need a red and white shirt and a little bonnet so we can find you, or you need a red overcoat and we guess where in the world you are. Where's Ali? Yeah. Make a whole book of it. The Carmen Santiago. Like Colonel Falk says, I'm just glad to be here. Yeah, Nick, one of his little phrases. I love that little phrase. I'm glad to be here. It's more than glad to be here. We love Colonel Falk. And he and Murph got me into this malarkey. I'm sure Murph will ramble on. He had a very late night. Murph had a very, very late night. So, or a very early morning. Yeah, I think Gibbo got home at 5 o'clock this morning. 5 o'clock this morning he got home. Keep an eye on your fuel, people. I mean, I started with a full tank and I'm just about half now. Come on, Nosy. I can see them both when they finally... Oh, Gibbo's up. Gibbo's in chat. Yeah. What a great night that was. What a great night yesterday was. I mean, you've heard me say it a million times, but what a community we have. The Two Tones, yeah. I think they had a blast. Isn't it amazing? And it's just so, like I was saying earlier, you know, and Captain Seppi pointed out, we all hang together and support each other and follow each other and join in. It's just brilliant. It is brilliant. I certainly prefer flying along with you guys and doing things together. I always found X-Plane was good, but it was always lonely. Laura's going to have another go tomorrow. Fireflies unite, indeed. Look at this here with the deserts right on the riverbank. See, so Laura's going to carry on with her lessons tomorrow. Oh, yeah, it made me cry. Yeah. And I knew it was coming. Oh, yeah, when Annalisa got her... Oh, that made me cry too. I was just, you know... And it's just brilliant. She's flying along with us now. She's a good little flyer. Her landings and takeoffs are super. Yeah, nothing to worry about there. I'm trying to jump. So, if you know ladies who would like to flight sim, I'm looking for ladies to join us, because I'm thinking of trying to do a recreation of the Powder Puff Derby, where we get ladies and gentlemen racing in 2 separate races across the United States. Not against each other, but women for women and men against men. I'm just trying to drum up women flyers to come along and join in, because I think that would be really cool. There's no dates or anything yet. I'm just trying to find more people to drum up. So if you know lady flyers that are flying and would like to contact me to try and see if we can arrange something, that would be good. Don't know what they are, but my PC went to a black screen, but we're back. Oh, glad you're back. It's like hanging out with old friends. You get to advise, help, and share your experiences, success and defeats. Best yet, it is Captain Seppi, and I learned so much from you guys. Hey, R. Singleton, how you doing? This airport has Haji. Yeah, it's probably hidden under the sand, right? Looks like it looks like a sand runway. No. So she put a little video up to the mods who bought her Xbox X, and it just made us cry. She was so happy. Oh, it's literally one side desert, other side green. Oh, definitely need Annalisa for the team. I want Mrs. Two-Tone, obviously. Annalisa, and we've got some other lady flyers. Katie, be good to have Katie along with us. Isn't it strange? Just from a geological point of view and a geographical point of view, you see the sand encroaching into the green. Just goes to show how important water is. Look at that though. Annalisa's lovely. She's really lovely. And it was a pleasure being able to do something nice for her. And I just love seeing her name in the fly. Let me see. Narcy was from Denver, Bob was from Phillies, Guy Steve was from Detroit, OSU was from Houston. Where it's Nightmare at time, Director of Security, Houston International. Alright, Mahoney, see you in a bit. And the little town ahead of us is Al-Kitar. Around two bends over there. I'm just going to cut the corner, I'm not going to fly round the bend. Mitsu! Oh, that's going to be North Europe. Nearest airport. It's a really weird one, but it's Oscar Sierra Hotel Alpha. I think that's the nearest one for now. But it's a sand runway in the desert. That's the nearest one for a bit, and then there's I don't know if it's in game, but it's Zulu 16 Lima. That's a little way off. I know. No, don't you worry. No, look. If you're in VR and having fun, that's all that matters. Welcome along, Noel. No, it's very hard to chat and VR. So I totally get it. Or just spawn in on one of us. We're currently near Al Aba and Hajin. Hajin's on the other side. Flying down the Euphrates. It won't be long now before we turn out across the desert. Everyone's welcome whether they chat or not. Just glad that you're here. So following the Euphrates. And there's Tarnish. Nyom. Whoops. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, Gibbo, thank you for the follow. Were you not following me? And Garrett8184, sorry, I'm missing this. My alerts aren't coming up. Livy Day followed as well. Thank you guys. T-Mark59. Alanite is following. See, that came up. The Hook Driver, Motorsua. Yeah, got you now. But thank you guys. Thanks for the follow, Noel. No worries, Noel. We'll catch you again soon. No worries, all right. No problem at all. Thank you for watching them. I mean, they are quite long. I did know, but I'm not going to change them because they're not ladies. Some kid named Aladdin just passed us on a carpet. Very likely. The C430 is so nice. Yeah, it's a nice aircraft. I just love the vintage. I think Goblin Zeus or Gordon posted another vintage biplane that looked quite nice. The French one. Or Dutch one, the Dutch one. That looks nice. I actually enjoy the long videos. I usually listen while at work. Oh, well, no, well, you're welcome. Well, we've got a load of series to go, so obviously we've got this one. The series after this one, we're going to be flying through Africa. Oh, Mitsu. Trying to find one. Because we're going to cross over into Iraq in a little bit. Oh, I guess it's... Well, there's... How far one... Yeah, so that one there, it's... Who are you? Whoa! Oh. So, yeah, Oscar Sierra Alpha Lima. Yeah, so we'll be flying from following Lady Mary Heath's flight from Cape Town to Croydon. Yeah, it normally does that, Bork, doesn't it? I like airplanes. I can start without it. Yeah. Turn the fuel on. Push the mixture forward. Prime it. Turn the engine. I mean, obviously, you know, as we all know, Jason's cockpit was a lot less involved than the one we've got even in front of us today. Whoa, it's a nice Waco right there. All right. There's not really any airports near, no. Probably the best thing to do is spawn in on us. Mainly space, I think, originally, and safety concerns of how close everything was built up around it, I believe, but I could be wrong on that one. But it was obviously Heathrow was built, and Heathrow replaced it. And so very little of it left really now. The main white building is a hotel. But because Jefferson did that wonderful work for us on the on Croydon, I thought it would be fitting to do a return journey and fly it back. Yeah, we got a heli as well. So I'd forgotten, Mahoney, that I'd put originally when we were having all sorts of stuttery stuff in Sims and the helis first came out, there was a thought that the helis were having an impact on performance. So I, in my notes, had always said no airliners or helicopters, but the helis have caused no problems for a long time. So I've taken that off. So helicopters are more than welcome on all my streams if you want to fly a helicopter, even though they weren't really around at the time. But you're more than welcome to fly whatever you like. There's Fly Darren there, look. And over there is Almara Shirada. The bell you're going to buy on your birthday. Again, I've never flown a helicopter, so... I've been in one, been in a helicopter. Yeah. You know, it used to be bendy beer tokens, now it's bendy aircraft tokens, which I name money for now. You know, I am naughty. I do tend to go and support many people and buy aircraft all the time. I have very little impulse control when it comes to buying aircraft or gifting subs to people. But when I like what I see and what people are doing, I like to say thank you. Dog's breath, hey! I am very well, apart from my dodgy old back. But yes, we're on the North Europe server, and we're near Al Marashida. Flying down the Euphrates on our way to Baghdad. Be nice if you can get some things like in-game money to buy things. Yeah, it's not that type of game though. Oh, Sim, you know? Sims have never been that type of microtransaction-y. They've always been aircraft, scenery and utilities, but never really sort of spend basically getting XP and earning achievement points that allow you to buy things. Sadly, that's the way they make the money. There are no loot boxes. Thank God for that. You know, I work in the iGaming industry, right? And for some people, the industry I work in is morally grey, but I do it for the tech. But what some of the gaming companies did last year, like the NBA stuff, it literally had one-armed bandits in for people to win outfits and skins and stuff, and the the gaming people said it wasn't simulated gambling. It was a slot. It was an absolutely slots and was simulated gambling. If I clean my kitchen, I get brownie points to buy aircraft. Nice one, Darren. What have you got your settings on, Mahoney? Have you got them on? Have you got generic aircraft turned off? Jay Winokur. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No. Nice. Well, I'm glad you're chilling. But yeah, loot boxes. Scourge of the gaming industry. There we go. I've said it now. Did that count as a rant? I think that counted as a rant, right? So just on this, on the bend of this river, is the border between Iraq and Syria. So we're just about to leave Syria and head into Iraq. What a wee rant! Oh, Captain Arash is in the house. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, Captain Arash. You're subscribed for 6 months. Oh, thank you, my friend. How are you doing? I've been watching. I've not been able to watch you streaming while you're out and about, but I have been watching your playback. How are you doing? How's your week been? Have you enjoyed your time off with family? Here we go. I think this is it here. This road here is the border. There we go. Into Iraq. No worries, Captain Arashore. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a great break. You really deserve it. Say hi to Emma for me. Ah, nice. So you're here just to hear me not saying names properly. So just over there is Rizala. I'm not very good at pronunciation is part of the world, but next week I'm in Iraq, flying from Baghdad to Bandar Abbas, flying over Iran next week, which I'm looking forward to because I've never flown in Iran. There's Mitsu. Hey Mitsu. So this is where we follow the Euphrates out now, out to the east. thank you. I thought I'd try and make it hot. I mean, it's not authentic or anything, but it's close to the area. We're following the Euphrates at the moment, and we're going to follow that until we get to just past Rawa, and then we're out into the desert, and then we're going to turn on a sandstorm for a bit, and then we're going to land, and then we're going to take off again. So wish me luck, because I don't even know if I'm going to crash or anything yet. But real world weather's broken at the moment. It should have been VFR 8 knots to wind from 270, but it was like nearly 30 knots. Okay, you take care. Have a safe drive home, and I'll catch you soon. Take care, Captain Arash. Thanks again for the subscription. So there's a good Captain Arash there. Monday, Wednesday, Friday and Saturdays, finding streaming over on Twitch, flying around the world in a Cessna 172. Give a shout out to Jay Winokur as well. Jay Winokur, I can't remember quite when you stream now, but happy for you to pop it up and tell people when you stream. But catch Jay Winokur over on Twitch. The river's having much less impact on the desert area here than it was a while back. Mondays and Tuesdays right now. Cool. So catch Jay Winokur over on Twitch on Mondays and Tuesdays. Plays a variety of games. Flight sim. And flight combat games. Alright, now. That dog don't hunt Mr. Soval. I know Airlock was watching a bit ago, but Airlock is streaming as well over on Twitch. But currently playing Red Dead Redemption. Or was. Yeah, I see Steve was in chat. Oh, there he is. Hey, Steve. It was lovely to put a face to your name and voice yesterday. You're welcome, Airlock. How you doing, Steve? There's Mitsu. Itchy nose. There's Captain Spitfire. It was just so lovely seeing so many of the fireflies that I've never seen before on video. It was really lovely. Captain Spitfire streams as well, right? Oh no, wrong captain. The other captain. Ah, it's on, right. Well, what I'll do, Captain Spitfire, is I will add you to my non-Twitch buttons after this stream, so I can, because you're doing some epic flying in around the world, aren't you, as well? Absolutely, in the spit. What else? Meow. Millie GD is with us. Hey, Millie. Good to see you. New Skies is in the house as well. New Skies, how you doing? Oh well, sadly, I will turn it on then, just for the dramatic effect. You guys could just land in the desert or fly around. It would be nice if they could add it, right? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad, thank you. And there's a tarnish. My back's rubbish, but apart from that, all good. Mentally, quite happy-go-lucky at the moment. In fine fettle, as we would say, here in the UK. So when we see the Euphrates turn south, in a bit we will be carrying on straight. I'm on the PC. Scott's 87. Yeah, I don't have an Xbox. But it's cross-platform, so if you've got an Xbox, you're more than welcome to join us. We're on the North Europe server. And we're currently heading out into the desert in a little bit. There's quite a few of us out here flying today. There's Stephen, oh, the Thunderfly Stephen. Tarnish doing some aileron rolls and almost looked like a barrel roll there. Thanks, Scott. So, I mean, I do have a fairly hefty PC, so Yeah, it'd be good if the biplanes could have some smoke that come out of them. But graphically, the graphics card, I've got a 3080 Ti. So... yeah, I paid an arm, a leg, and half a liver for it. But that's the reason she can't go. No, honestly, it's not. I mean, technically, I could go to Osh. I've got the money. I do have the money, but I'm a Capricorn. I like to save for things. Can they do coloured slope on the Stearman? Oh, fantastic. Oh, that's going to be incredible. No worries, Mahoney. Something peaceful about watching the stream. Yeah. It's nice, isn't it? I mean, I'd be flying whether I was streaming or not, and it's just nice. You know, we're not in any... You know, obviously she was in a hurry. She was in a real hurry to get where she was going. She was trying to break a world record. Nice, Scott. Yeah, I mean, I try to... I could do it, but I'm just being a little bit frugal. I mean, it's like, we could buy the Tesla now. We could get it today. But the model we want isn't out in the UK just yet, and so it's like, well, why? You know, we could go and get a Model S or a Model X. We could technically afford it. It'd be very expensive, but if we save for it, it becomes much more affordable. The game runs brilliant on my GTX 960 4 gig on Ultra. If I fly alone in groups, I must put it on high. Yeah, which is understandable. I mean, the GTX 960 is a decent enough card. I mean, the Sim Update 5 obviously did a lot for performance for everybody. I want the Model Y, Scott. It did a lot for performance, so a lot of people with older cars get great performance. I mean, I get like, if I on my old I had a Radeon 6800 XT as well before this one, and if I put it on, if I didn't sync the refresh rate, it would tear. On this RTX 3080 Ti, if I unsync the refresh rate, it doesn't tear, and I can get up to 90 frames per second in groups on Ultra. Well, is it really Ultra at the moment? I don't know, but the Ultra setting, whereas it sits slap bang on 60 all of the time, capped at 60, and it's fine. It looks lovely. Oh, look at that, there's Steve. I'll try not to wobble, Steve. I'm trying to keep straight. Oh, and he vanished. Vanished on me. Oh, he's back. Really? Thought RTX 2070 would have been able to. What's your processor? I mean, again, I've got a very good processor. That'll be it now for a long time, I should think. I've spent a fortune on this computer. Annalisa! Hello, hello, hello to my fellow Queen of the Skies, or Princess of the Skies then if I'm the Queen. Annalisa, thank you so much, darling. I saw earlier on today you very kindly resubscribed to my channel for another 6 months in advance on tier 2. So thank you so very much for being so generous and lovely. Thank you, darling. I really appreciated that. How are you doing today? Have the onions stopped being cut nearby? i7 4970K 4 times 4.4, so 32 gig of RAM. Did I miss one? Fly down i7 9700K. Oh, you should be, surely you should be able to get ultra-ish with the 2070. I mean, it's not that bad. Especially with a i7 9700. You needed to get the alley rage. Oh, you've got it now. Bored now. Jumping back into Stim. So just ahead of us, you see that the Euphrates bends off down to the south. And we're just going to carry on going into the desert for a little bit. Wow. What do you get, Dougal? I know you've got a 1080 Ti, but what? You get relatively good FPS now, don't you? I know that the 1080 Ti is a little bit more rugged. Aww. I wish I could give you a really great big hug. Annalisa, well, I hope you feel less bokeh later. Yeah, I did have a cry. I had a cry. See, Scorpio's got an RTX 2060 and 60 FPS. On what setting, Scorpio? Settings now all medium and high, getting 30 odd. That does sound strange, Darren. Wasn't it incredible yesterday? There's wonderful flight, the wonderful super type on there, wishing Annalisa well. You're such a caring soul. We love you so, Super Typhon. Maybe, but I would expect you to get a bit better than what you're getting. The Bort Panda is amazing as always. She's been looking after this injured alley. Wolf. Oh, there's Dog's Breath. Dog's Breath, hello. I think this is the first time you've flown along with us. And there's Tarnish, wing waving as he goes past. Wing waving for the Tarnish. Sorry, Steve, I'll try and behave now. So I forgot you were there. I tell you what, my spine feels ultra compressed to bloody diamonds today, Annalisa. That's for sure. Ryzen 5 3600 32 gig of RAM. Yeah, it's a good stuff. You found us. Welcome, welcome. So the Euphrates is going to disappear for a while, and now we're going to head across the desert, have the sandstorm, land on the desert somewhere. Hope I don't kill myself. Yeah, because I was hug my head. Oh, my head. My wee head. Gonna have a desert landing in a bit. Which one is that, Bork? Yeah, I don't think she's baked today, but she's cooking homemade pizza tonight with Laura. So that's going to be nice. Need to deviate my course a little bit more towards 76 degrees. Because I'm going to lose sight of the... Got to get something to eat, but don't mention the curry. Oh, that still makes me tickle, the curry. And Mrs. Flydarren going, did you really say that? How'd you remember? Oh dear. You take care, Flydarren. Lovely to see you again. We've missed you. Well, I don't have that, thank God. So a bit of a tailwind now, around about 7 to 8 knots. Annalisa, you are a legend. She has given 20 gift subs now, and she's just gifted another one to Fly Darren. That is really lovely of you. Oh, Floxtrot. Floxtrot, hello. Floxtrot's raiding with a party of 14, and my announcements are not working. I don't know why they're not working, but hello, Floxtrot. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you've had a great stream. Floxtrot, how you doing? How have you been? Ace of Spades, 1086. Welcome, Ace of Spades. How you doing? Hello. How you doing, Floxtrot? Good to see you. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Have you had a good flight? Stug TV is now following. Thank you so much, Stug. That's really kind of you. My alerts aren't working on my screen. I hope they're working on yours. That's really kind of you. Welcome to the Air Hearts. welcome, welcome, lovely raiders. We are flying today from what was Mouslimie, it's now Aleppo in Syria, to Baghdad. Been good. Did some tree chop flying and checked out Mount St Helens. It's cool, isn't it? In game, looks really cool. Nice. We're sort of doing river flying. We've been following the Euphrates all the way down from Aleppo, and we're just saying goodbye to it now. We're going to head out into the desert. We're going to have a little sandstorm for a little bit, land in the desert, because Amy Johnson flew into one back on the 8th of May 1930. Spent 2 hours in the desert. We're not going to be sat on the ground for 2 hours. And then she carried going east and picked up the Tigris. So we're going to follow the Tigris down into Baghdad, and then we followed the two most famous rivers of Mesopotamia, the Tigris and Euphrates, both of which, part of the cradle of life, and the Tigris flowed out of the Garden of Eden, of course. So we're on the North Europe servers, guys, if anyone wants to fly along. We're flying along in the Stearman today, so anything sort of around 90, 80, 90 knots capable is welcome to join us. We've got another 2 hours, 25 minutes-ish to go before we get down to Baghdad. It's a 500-mile flight today, so we're over halfway. Oh, make sure I avoid the... So when we get out in the desert a little bit, I'm going to turn a sandstorm on, then I'm going to land. Back in 1930, she landed too fast. She had to turn the aircraft into the wind because it was being blown away. She had no brakes, so she had to take her luggage out of her craft and put it behind the wheels, turn the nose into the wind, and then sat down on the tail to make sure it didn't go anywhere. And she guarded herself with a firearm for 2 hours, listening to wild dogs in the distance, and she had no idea where she was, and thought she might die out in the desert, but she'd managed to cover the engine with cloths and blankets to stop sand getting in, and when the sandstorm had cleared, she gave it one swing of the propeller and it started straight away. So she was very lucky. She thought she might die out there, but while you're here, Annalisa, look what I found the other day. It's a picture, left to right, is George Putnam, Amelia Earhart, Amy Johnson, and her her husband-to-be, Jim Mollison. Yes way! Look at that. So not only in the flight sim do we all look out for each other and congregate, they were doing it back in the 30s. How cool is that? Having a nice relax on the beach. I was really, really pleased when I found that. No, I've never seen it before either. I have a picture of Amelia and Amy in London, but I never had a picture of them relaxed, like on a day off on the beach. Never. I've got one when Amelia flew into the UK. She went to London, and I've got a picture of her then. Oops. Yep. Oh, you've got spag bowl. We have pizza. Isn't that cool though? And they do look happy and contented. Yeah. It's amazing. So this is the bit I'm not quite sure of. Obviously, she didn't know where she was when she landed because of the sandstorm. I'm not quite sure where it started, but it was where the Euphrates had thinned out a little bit. I mean, I don't know what it's like now, but she was having trouble following it and ended up into the desert. But the flight that I've planned is around 500 nautical miles, which is what the flight she did was. So In a little bit, we'll chuck up the sandstorm, see what it looks like, and see if I can land it without dying. And while it's on the ground, I will take the opportunity to take an alley break and just stretch my legs and move around and not use the delicately placed pipe. River, mainly. It's obviously a dried up riverbeds because you can see the irrigation channels and stuff. But rivers mainly do look like tree roots, right? I've been up since 4:30, helped Forestry and get on my own. You take care, Foxtrot. Lovely to see you again, and thank you so much for thinking of me and bringing by your lovely raiders. You have a nice break now, and we'll see you soon. I did try to get a shout out going, but I'll try again. Thank you, Annalisa. My system works, but it just takes forever. I see a Diedrich RSA's in the house. Tells me who's here. You're very welcome, my friend. Oh, look, there you are. You've got a nice little logo as well. I can do it too now. See, it works. I'll give you a double shout out because my silly system's slow. Oops, I'm a little bit off track. But we're going out into the desert over there anyway. Annalisa! She's at it again! Look at that! She's now gifted a tier 1 sub to Foxtrot and has now given 21 subs in total. Can we have some sub hype for Annalisa? Oh, 72 people watching. Very nice. Thank you. Welcome along, guys. You might just get to see me die now in a little bit as I try to land this in a sandstorm when I kick it off. Just want to get over this rugged bit first. Old veteran. Old veteran jumping in on the act as well now. Having gifted a 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Welcome to the Airholt, Simulflyer, Cold Nebo, Poor Fred Wilsaw, Copper Hat 3634 and Jellybean 1956. Welcome to the Airhearts. Thank you so much, Old Veteran 965. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Now you 20 subs. Thank you, Scott. That's really appreciated. Thank you. There you go, calling me old. What's your name? Scott? I will just call you Scott. Thank you, Scott. Oh my word, I'm not going to be able to say this far. Zekretiel or Zekretiel? Zekretiel. Zekretiel? Zekretiel. Oi, oi, oi. How are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome along. Thanks for coming along. I hope you're having a great Saturday. It's been short and sweet, Alison, but I had to go. We'll catch you once again. My family have gone. Yep. You take care, Dog Spread. Lovely to see you and flying along. Have a great rest of your Saturday. It's pouring now. Summertime storm front, rare cold front, lightning all over the place. Oh, crikey malikey. Oh, Captain Jack Lyle's out there with Millie. Hi, Captain Jack. Who we got still? Goofy A, Bilt Cobain, Kazaki, Mitsu, Scorpio, Mahoney, Steve Solo, Goblin Zeus, Copper Hat, Whack-A-Mo Dougal, and Tarnish. So lovely to see you all flying along with me today. Seeing a load of names in chat that are probably busy and lurking and watching a live, but we've got Gordon, Ducky Decimus, Dietrich, Doobie, Droop Dog, Fly Plus More, Commander, Cold Nebo, Coco Flanell, Caliber, Angry One Horn, Bing Cortana, Black Ice Gabe. So many people. Hi guys. Jack Zale, Kevin Onther, Manolia, Miller 89. So, in this particular instance, Secretary, as Amy refueled on the way, she had enough fuel on board her aircraft to go for 1,150 nautical miles, or around about 13 hours of flight, and she used to stand up and attach a pipe to the gravity tank and then pump it from her seat. So no, she didn't land to refuel other than I think 1 or 2 stops in the Indonesia. She stops in the desert in a few minutes because of a sandstorm, but I'm just going to throw up a sandstorm and try and land without killing myself. She spent 2 hours on the ground. The aircraft had no brakes. I was being blown around on the ground, so I can't simulate that, of course. Yeah, I mean, she was incredible. It used to make her really ill from the fumes, from pumping it. Have I got a picture? So you can just, so that's obviously she'd reach up to the, so the, on the, just like the Stearman here, the gravity tank is in the middle, but on the Gypsy Moth, the wings folded back. So the metal bit, the curved metal ridged aluminium piece in the front of the aircraft, at the top of the aircraft, is her gravity tank. Should we have a laugh in a bit then and turn this sandstorm on and see if I can land? What's that out there? Is that trees? Some weird trees. Okay, let's have a laugh then. So, be prepared for carnage. I'm going to switch the weather now, just make sure I'm going to get flying straight and level. This could end in disaster. If I find the right thing. Where the hell is it? There it is. Ready? Oh, woof. Well, there wasn't any of that malarkey, that's for sure, so let's turn that off. Right, alright. So, she tried to see where she was going, couldn't see very much. There's some ground below us. Jason came in far too fast. You can see no flaps in this thing, so there could be some trees out there I'm not seeing yet. Like I say, this could be carnage. Oh, it's Amy, sorry. Welsh Dragon 2K21 is following. Welcome, welcome. Well, try not to land in a riverbed. That'll be See if I can land on this bit over here. Try not to hit a dirty great big bump. So we will give her a bounce because Jason did bounce. And didn't have any brakes either, so let's just wander along. Right. So once she was on the ground, she got out of the aircraft and it started being blown away. So she maneuvered it into the wind, which was going to be westward. Then she tied him down and put blankets all over the front. Pion, yeah. But what she didn't realise at this point, yeah, the tail skid would have worked. What she hadn't realised at this point was that she'd broken the struts on her landing gear. So once the sandstorm was finished, she took away, going back to towards. See you next time, Spitfire. I'm not finished yet. I am going to carry on, but what I'm going to do though is I'm going to take this opportunity to have a stretch because my back is hurting a little bit, and I will be right back. And it gives me a chance to stretch, and then what we'll do is we'll get up in the air again. We'll head off for the Tigris and heads down. So we should be on our way in a few minutes. So see you all very soon. I'm going to cam off so you don't see me climbing out and screaming, "Hey, Cold Nevo!" I will be back in a few. And I'm back. Hey again, everybody. Right, so whilst we're just sat here, let's have a look at the diary she wrote for this part of the journey, and we'll have a quick chat of that, and then we'll get back into the air. So she said, "Jason plummeted from the sky today. We left Mouslimie at dawn. On our 500-mile journey east, following the Euphrates, the river banks merged into the desert surroundings, which made navigation really difficult. Concentration too was impossible. We hit some thermals, but I had no idea as we bumped along where we were. I assumed looking down this was an unsurveyed desert, then a sandstorm, and Jason plunged to the ground just like an elevator cut loose. My goggles were covered in sand, and as I shook it away in order to see where we were just feet from the ground. It wasn't my plan at all. and our speed was too fast, but Poseidon decided to touch down on the sand and bumping and bouncing as we went. I eventually slowed us into the wind to slow us down. We stopped and I jumped from the cockpit. Jason, the poor thing, has no brakes. And as the wind blew him backwards, I jumped back into Jason, dragged my luggage from the cockpit and wedged it behind his wheels. It was a battle for survival as I attempted to cover the engine from the sand and dust that swirled around us both. I fixed him to the ground and sat on his tail with my back to the wind. I had absolutely no idea where we were. I could hear wild dogs in the distance. Eventually the wind died down and the sandstorm passed away. It was time to get out of here, but not before I had considered that this might have been our final resting place, a place where my bones would be found many long years from now. Yet, I am blessed. My engine started with the first propeller swing. Ta-da! So, yeah, she thought she might die out here. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, way, yes. You found some trees, maybe an oasis. Oh, well, obviously it was nothing out here at that time. It would have been empty, but no mechanic. The only mechanic was her. So Cold Nebo, Amy Johnson was a Class C aircraft mechanic. She had the propeller attached to the side of the aircraft, as you could have seen from the aircraft, the picture I showed earlier. You can see it just tied there to the side of the aircraft with just some old rope. Yeah, what an adventure, right? So yeah, she maintained the aircraft a lot. She with a bit of old rope. Wow, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So obviously I don't have it on the side of my aircraft, but anyway, let's get ourselves up into the air again. We're going to fly out. We're going to take off to the west because there is a wind from 270. And she took her own spares. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can see it from the picture I showed. Oh, she can. See where it's all covered over on the front seat? That's all of her equipment. Black Ice Gabe, you take care. Have a great rest of your weekend. So yeah, she basically took everything but the corner shop with her on this journey. She even has umbrellas in case it rained in the aircraft, would you believe? Not that you'd ever want to put it up, right? Right, so now we need to keep our tail back, but also keep the pressure off, really. So we don't put too much pressure on the struts, because we don't know they're broken yet. Right, well actually, we can go put it back on big and bold now, because the sandstorm has died away. So back to big and bold. And while I'm down here, I might as well just do the refuel. Ooh, that's an ugly looking cloud there, right? Alright then, off we go, ladies and gents. Back into the air. Gonna have a bit hop, skip and a jump before we get into the air. There we go. Okay, and away we go. Wait, check your fuels, guys. Does look ominous, doesn't it? Okay, so we want to follow roughly about 76 magnetic. That is a big cloud. Oh, wow. New small sandstorm made by prop wash and rotor wash. Big old clouds. Big old clouds. Right then, eastward. To pick up the Tigris. Now, there's some clouds, aren't they? Okay, Pate, you take care. Heat shimmer out there. Right then, off we go! Back in the sky. Having done a desert landing with a hop, skip and a jump. Otherwise known as a pion-pion. And we want to find the Tigris, which is off to our east. No, it certainly wasn't flat, was it? But then, as I say, I mean, she could have landed on anything. She didn't know exactly where she'd landed, so I knew it was somewhere between the Euphrates and the Tigris. So I sort of tried to pick a decent-ish area-ish, but it's still not flat, either of it. It's quite hard to, you know, unlike, you know, Emilia, where she documented everything and her charts are everywhere. Amy's aren't. So, you know, about 2 hours, about 2 hours and 10 minutes till full stop landing. Probably just under 200 miles. Yeah, I mean, I've never landed anywhere but a runway in a tail drag. Well, this one anyway, or a grass strip. So yeah, that was different, and it was a bit of a challenge. And I didn't use brakes because I knew she didn't have any. I know, right, Welsh Dragon. She was only 37 when she died. I watched the film the other day. I watched the film. The 1942 film. It's okay. I mean, it's obviously a 1942 film. So it's... But it tells her story, you know, of how she, you know, was rebellious at school, didn't want to, you know, didn't want to do the normal things, didn't know what she wanted to do, you know, went to university, worked for a solicitor's, and then got it into her head that she wanted to learn to fly, become an aircraft mechanic, which she did. And then she came home one day and said, I'm going to fly to Australia. And her parents were like, hey, my lass, you don't want to do that. And she was like, well, I am. And her father paid £600 for the to buy Jason, which was her DH60. And eventually Lord Wakefield helped out with it as well. And off she went. But yeah, the film's quite good. I mean, it spends a lot of time about her relationship with Jim Mollison, who was an Australian pilot who she met in Australia after she flew there. She was a passenger in his aircraft from one location to another. I show a post should be in the UK at this time. What's your stoop for Summit? Oh, Scott, thank you. I will keep a watch out. So yeah, Jim Mollison, yeah, also you know, used to do record flights. She married him, but he was very jealous of her fame, very jealous. He did a trip to Cairo, to Cape Town, and he didn't really phone her when he landed, so she set out to break his record. He certainly survived her, but I don't think he was very old when he died either, Welsh Dragon, yeah. They both were in the... No worries, old veteran, that's absolutely fine. Because they were both in the auxiliary to fly aircraft from location to location certainly after their divorce. And she died transporting an Oxford. Bad storm, bad weather, ran out of fuel over the Thames estuary, parachuted out but was never seen again. Now, obviously there are lots of stories about what happened to Amy on that night. You know, was she shot down? Did she run out of fuel? They chose to, in the film, to show that she ran out of fuel rather than being shot down, obviously as a heroine of her time. So yeah, very sad. A lot of the lady aviators, the pioneers, had some not so great endings. Dora in Mexico, welcome, howdy, how are you doing? Welcome along, I hope you're having a great weekend. You've caught us flying between the Euphrates and the Tigris, having landed in a sandstorm in the desert, to pick up the Tigris to follow down. Yeah, very much so, Welsh Dragon. You know, the lady I'm going to follow next on is Lady Mary Heath, who was the Irish aviatrix who flew from Cape Town to Croydon. I mean, Jim and Amy nearly died flying the Atlantic together. They crash-landed because Jim was being bloody-minded, wanted to get to New York. They ran out of fuel and crashed. He was very badly injured. She was injured, but not as badly as he was. But they survived. But their marriage didn't survive that, really. They fought a lot on the flight. Oasis ahead. Look at this. I know it's desolate, but look at it. Yeah, that'll be a good one, yeah. Yes, Dora, so I'm recreating the 1930 flight of Amy Johnson from Croydon to Darwin in Australia, which she took part in May 1930, and she did it in 20 days. She was trying to beat a 15-day record set by Bert Hinkler, which she sadly didn't make because she was a little bit naive, and she thought she would avoid monsoons when she got to India, but she didn't. And she had a couple of mishaps where she landed and crashed and had to repair the aircraft. I mean, we just landed in the desert and she broke the struts and so had to get that repaired. but yes, I'm recreating female pioneering aviators flights. So I did the Amelia Earhart round the world flight for my first set, which we did over 6 months. I spurred for, will you do it in 19 days? No, so I can't do it, my work. So I'm doing it on, every week is a new day. So this is week 4. Next week we'll do day 5, which will be flying from Baghdad to Bandar Abbas in Persia. No, it's not my work. No. It doesn't earn enough for me to do this all the time, that's for sure. I do this for fun. This is pure fun. Clouds are magnificent, aren't they? It's my passion, not my work. Yeah. I'd like to tell a little bit of history as we go. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, there's no AP on the Stearman. It's all hand flying. I'm just aiming at the moment because the Euphrates is going to cut across our path by heading around this heading. So I'm about, yeah. Well, Amy did, so on the Amelia Earhart flights, I absolutely did turn on the autopilot because she had a Sperry. You know, she had an auto gyro pilot like you have in the DC-6. And so, but Amy didn't have an autopilot. I think she had a bit of rope that she held the flight stick in place while she refueled while she was flying. But that's about it. In my coolest dreams, I thought back in 1986 we can do this once upon a time in the future, and the future is now. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Iceberg for all. I still can't believe they've managed to pull it off. You know, I know we have splendid graphics and all that, but to have the whole world modeled and use the technologies, the cloud technologies, the Azure platform, the Bing data, the weather. I mean, the weather data is a bit rubbish at the moment, but the whole world's here, and we're able to fly it together. We're able to recreate moments of history. I wish I could do the historic weather. Can't quite do that yet, but Rex might bring that in at some point in the future. They keep saying they want to do historical weather, so that would be good. Absolutely, Scott, right? This is, you know, as you say, class. You know, it's better than Class D. It's just phenomenal. And I know it has its quirks, and I know it misbehaves. But when it works, look at the state of it. I mean, isn't it just... I mean, yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, historical cityscapes would be nice too. But that's going to be really difficult. Oh my word, it's a cat bat. Cat bat. Cat bat. Cat bat's waving to cat bat. Thank you so much. Cat bat has gifted 5 new subs. He has gifted 50 subs in to the stream. Thank you so much, Cat bat. He's gifted to Icebird for All. It's either Yurt Del Pozo or Gert Del Pozo. Ramp Check, Welsh Dragon 2K21, and Alternite. Nice. How you doing, Catbat? How you doing, my friend? He is a legend. He is a legend. Never expected and always appreciated. Absolutely right. Aww. You are certainly a friend to the stream. You're a legend in our eyes. Thank you, Catbat. I really appreciate it, my friend. He's 50. Yeah, he's donated 50 whole subs. That's crackers, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So, where's that Tigris? Tigris. It's going to be the Tigris. I'm just going to keep saying it wrong. I've been watching some streamers recently and they keep saying everything wrong. Like in Final Fantasy 14. Someone calls Estinian Estinine and I just can't stop saying it. So, Tigris. Tigris. That's so lovely of you. Thank you. So, next week, ladies and gentlemen, remember to join in from 2 o'clock UK time, 1300 Zulu, as we fly from Baghdad to Bandar Abbas. We will be giving away up to €100 worth of simmarket.com vouchers, provided generously by the Simwings Community Project. Oh my word! Oh, Murph! My word! My God! Thank you, Murphy. You've gifted 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. And you've now done a lot. How many have you done? 61! Oh, my word. Thank you so much, Murphy. So, welcome to the channel. Mitsu Red, Geek Guy 502, Thomas Burkitt, Steve Ellis 100, Agent Kruger, Peter S22IR, Omega 38K, Kevin on the Run, and Sanji00. Welcome to the Air Hearts, courtesy of the legend himself, Two Tone Murphy, who yesterday basically completed his first year of streaming Microsoft Flight Sim. Thank you so much, Murph. How are you doing? Was at the zoo, Two Tone's birthday, and your head still hurts. Well, what? Well, Gibbo got home at 5. What time did you go to bed, or have you been to bed? Hey, Splasher6, how you doing? Welcome, my friend. Can we have some hype, and a happy birthday, everybody, to Two Tone Jr. Hey, Two Tone Jr. Happy birthday, my friend. I hope you've got some lovely presents. So we're on our way to the Tigris. Went to bed at 500. Myself, Gibbo, solving the world's problems. Yeah, he said. Stoog TV, hello, welcome. As we're flying along. The Tigris is not far ahead. Little legend himself. Yeah, the zoo. And a birthday for the zoo. Nice. We seem to be under the weather. Look at this weather. Look at the clouds and the scenery. The desert's still magnificent. How's Mrs. Two Tone doing? Did she get some sleep? If you didn't refuel a little while back, make sure you've refueled. Look at all those people flying along. What a wonderful world we have. Yeah, I did some blubbing last night. All those lovely messages. It was just so lovely seeing and putting names, faces to names. And voices we've heard on Discord. It was lovely. So we're the surprise crew, Murph. We're good at these surprises. Oh, Splasher, thank you so much. Throwing out 100 bitties, thank you so much. Not in the dry, not a dry house in the house of the stream. Yeah, it was lovely, Mahoney. It was really nice. So the town ahead is Malha. Malha. The clouds look so real, don't they, Kevin? Yeah. Beautiful. And welcome along, Kevin. How you doing? You having a good day? Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. Welcome along. The little chill thing we do on Saturday afternoons. Try and recreate some old flights of history. Amy's flights are a little bit harder. She didn't write as much as Amelia. And there's not as much documentation that Amelia had for Amy, I'm afraid. But, you know, we have some. We have her diary she wrote. Oh, good luck, Captain Mahoney. I mean, I haven't tried it yet. Maybe one day. Ba, ba, ba. This reminds me of Glenn Miller, this. Isn't it amazing? What's Rex? It's a weather modifier, if you like. So the Sim's got its own presets in game. Rex Weather allows you to basically inject METAR weather into the game, so it's more accurate, apparently. Because live weather in Microsoft Flight Sim can be problematic. Yeah, big and bold's cool. I mean, it looks nice when you're above them. Not so nice when you're going through them. But it is incredible. So basically it allows you to change your weather. A bit like what I'm doing here. So I'm using Weather Preset Pro by SoFly. It's really cheap. And it gives you a whole load of different types of clouds. So anything that doesn't say WPP is inbuilt in the game. So I can have things like Arctic chill, autumn sun, blazing sun, blizzards, building storms, calm winds, coast winds, cool and crisp. There's a whole load of them. And when they introduced the UK update, they added a whole load of UKs, like Indian summers, the Storm Christoph, which is just crazy. Wildfires, zero visibility stuff. So it's really good. It's not that expensive. I think it's less than £8 or something. So it's really good for the money, and it gives you some. Maybe your friend playing will have a little friend living next to him. Yeah, it'd be nice. North Stream, like your stream. Are you happy with the honeycomb gear that you got? Yes, I am very happy with it. The only thing I would say is that they're not very responsive if you ever need to contact them. Certainly I had trouble getting mine in the UK. Took a long time to get mine. I used to have the Cytec setup, so the Cytec yoke, throttle quadrant, trim wheel, and rudder pedals. I've still got the Cytec rudder pedal. I bought the Thrustmaster TPRs and had nothing but trouble with them. They kept turning themselves off and everything. It was dreadful. Understatement of the year, a little bit of trouble with them. Was that what I said? I had to land with no brakes, no rudder, no nothing. So I'm hoping to get the Charlies when they come out. So yeah, I'm very happy with it. The throttle quadrant is just really nice. There's only one. I guess I only have one real concern, is that with everything built into it, so you've got your throttle, you've got your trim wheel, you've got your gear, you've got your autopilot, you've got your annunciators, and you've got other switches, is that if anything goes wrong, you've lost a lot of functionality. But other than that, no, they're really nice. And the yoke, well worth the money. I mean, it's right mid-tier. So is it as good as, say, some of the Yoko stuff? No, but then it's not £1,000. It's better than the Cytec. There's no solid detente in the middle, so it's got a full 180 degrees deflection. So that's good, and yeah, well worth the money. It's not the cheapest, so if you're new to flight simming, then it's probably not what you'd recommend the first time, because if you don't get into it, then you spend a lot of money. Whereas obviously you can get the Cytec stuff for like 140 quid or something for a throttle, a yoke and a throttle, which is not bad. But it has a hot, you know, I'm not going to do it now because I'm flying, but if I send it one way and let go, it bounces backwards and forwards until it slows down. It doesn't. Whereas on the Cytec, you can hold it full deflection, let go, and it will just stop in the middle. So it has a horrible solid detente. I think mainly because the Honeycomb Alpha has a solid steel shaft on the yoke, which is why it has its in the Cytec. The cables for the switches go through the central part of the yoke. Old Veteran, you mentioned you had trouble with the TPRs. I did, Old Veteran. They kept turning off, forgetting themselves. I had, the guys will attest, I had several streams where I had no rudder control whatsoever. And the Cytec, don't get me wrong, they're great. Mine's lasted forever, and Laura's now using them. She actually bought a new pair of Cytec pedals, and she gave me, yeah, Murph used it fine. There are loads, so please don't think that I'm saying that they're not good. The hardware quality of those TPRs is amazing, but for me, it didn't like my system. None of my other USB devices turned them off, so it was probably faulty, and I did ask for a replacement, but they just didn't have any at the time. So I had my money back, and I'll wait for some Charlies. I've got some Cytecs. They work. They're not brilliant, but they work. So there's the Tigris. So we'll start following that down now. I'm using racing pedals. Yep. I have a HOTAS with a joystick and a Z-axis. Yeah. So yeah, the yoke's really good, but no, if you've the honeycomb's very nice. The alphas are in stock around now. Bravos you probably won't get until later this year, autumn time. But they got hit hard. Sorry to hear that, Mahoney, but I mean there are quite a lot of people that yeah, but not in Europe. You can't get them for love nor money in Europe. But it is a nice piece of kit. It's very solid. Yeah, thrustmasters are okay. You know, at the end of the day, it depends what your budget is and how into flight simming you are. You know, like any hobby, and flight simming is a hobby, you can spend the earth. Like Tarnish says, he's just using racing kit and it just works as well. I mean, you could probably use the steering wheel as a yoke, but obviously you don't have pitch, which is quite important. I'm looking forward to the Tangso Fotsa for the military stuff, yeah. Oh, I think I'd love to have a full cockpit as well. But certainly when I get my other spare room back, I'm going to turn it into a sim room. So it's going to be my streaming sim pit, and I might turn it into a cockpit at that point. I want to have some side-tech panels. Yeah, the switch panel. Yeah, it's good. I've got that. So I gave it to my other half so she can fly. Who do I need to fight? Well, it's not a fight, but I have a roommate at the moment, and yeah, I won't go into it, but they won't be here forever. I have asked them to move out, and at that point I'll redecorate it and turn it into a pit. Because whilst this is nice up here, I'd like a little bit more room, and you know, if Laura's not feeling very well, she has to sleep on the sofa, or if I've got a long stream, she has to sleep on the sofa. So yeah, Dougal uses all the sci-tech stuff. They're good. So about 1.5 hours to go. Now we're here. Oh, you've sent something nice. Oh, okay. But yeah, the room downstairs basically it's a second living room, and I'm going to turn it into my sim pit. Yes, Welsh Dragon 2K21. Yes, they have. So Annalisa, who's in the chat with us, she's got the Xbox version, as has Kian, I think, and they fly along with us. Yep, so you absolutely can fly along with us together. And the Xbox version's very good. Is that what you call a snug? In a pub you might, but it's a second living room, yeah. But it's on the ground floor, so it'll be a bit cooler down there as well. Because we live in a townhouse, so we've got a ground floor, first floor, second floor, and then my room. And I can get a sign for my sim pit. Yeah. Do you know, I was going to get one, for when I'm streaming, I was going to get one of those, do you know those things they have over the doors of television studios? Like, on air, I was going to get one of those to put above my door. just for the lulz. I guess, yeah, on Escape to the Country, yeah. Older houses would have had a very small room called a snug with a fireplace in it, yeah. Oh! There's a X-Cub. Is that a Viper Strike? Oh, it's very dark under this cloud, isn't it? So we have loads of people still flying. Rad Pilot Randy's back. Goofy A, Steve JB, Copper Hat, Viper Strike, Dougal McTavish, Millie, Steve Solo, Druid Zeus, Captain Spitfire, Mahoney, Copperman. All you lovely people taking your time out to fly along with me on a Saturday. Oh, it's Catbat. Is it Catbat? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you. I can't see you. You're so close. Catbat, you're with me. Oh, I've missed you flying with us. Order the on-air sign, yeah. Oh, you've ordered it, have you? Oh, definitely going to do it. I'm definitely going to do it. I think it's well worth it, right? So we should be coming on Tikrit now. When I'm flying, I never see anyone. Why would that be? It's probably down to multiplayer settings, Kevin. So, you need to set it to all players rather than live. Yeah, set it to all players and then you'll see everyone. Loud and Deadly. Hello, Loud and Deadly. I hope hope work's going okay and it's not too bad. Thank you for popping in. How are you doing? No worries, Tarnish. You're here. That's good enough. Yeah, make sure multiplayer is enabled and that you have all players selected. And then pick the server that you want to fly on. And you should see people. Isn't the terrain lovely? I mean, even in the desert, the world is a beautiful place. You're welcome, Kevin, and hope to see you flying along with us. So, obviously, I fly only on Saturdays. But Two-Tone Murphy, I'm a proud member of the Flying Circus community of Two-Tone Murphy. I'm a community manager and mod over on his streams. The server is North Europe. So, we're flying on North Europe at the moment. And we fly with Murphy on Monday, Wednesday and Fridays. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays at the moment we fly with Colonel Fork. And on Sundays we've got Viper Strike. On Thursdays we have Pilot Peely. So there are people fly, and Splasher 6 flies quite late at night. CDL, there's loads of us, loads of people to join in and fly with. And it doesn't matter whether you're on a PC or an Xbox, you can just fly along and we see you. So I think it's brilliant. Oh, are you on PC or Xbox though? Because it depends. I don't know. Does anybody know how you do it on an Xbox? I think you click on your name your icon, Kevin. You click on your name. I think. Does anyone know? Kian, are you here? If not, I'll find out where it is. I don't know off the top of my head. It's the same way as on PC. So you. Right, if you're on my tail, I'm gonna press escape. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm just going to press escape now. So up here, Kevin, can you see that I've got my name? In here, I've dropped it down, so I'm online and I'm on North Europe. So you just pick the server there. You're very welcome, Kevin, and we hope to see you in the sky with us soon. Look at the countryside, guys. I mean, isn't it amazing that a river has such an effect on the land next to it when you consider how dry and arid it is out here? Yeah, that's really helpful, Loud and Deadly, isn't it? Look at this. No, you're very welcome. The flight sim community are really lovely, Kevin. Everyone's really helpful. So you'll find me, along with many of the people you're talking to today, over on Two Tone Murphy's Discord. We have a flight school. We help. If you've got problems with your computer, problems with your sim, problems with your add-ons, there's over 1,000 of us now, and everyone's always willing to try and help. So, feel free to join us over on Two Tone Murphy's Discord. I do have my own Discord, but it's really only to announce streams so that I can pop it into other servers. But I don't want to dilute the community. I'm very happy being a proud Firefly, and I think we're stronger together. So, if people like my streams and find me on mine and hop over to Murph's and we all fly together. If people find me from Murph's or Captain Curdant Forts, it doesn't matter as long as we've got there. So no worries, Aunt Elisa. So if you think I'm kind, you should see some of the lovely people we have over on that Discord. We have some very generous and kind souls. Isn't this crazy scenery? Yes, but you bring so much more, Scott. Yeah. A wealth of knowledge you have, my friend. I guess. I'd give away my last halfpenny, that's for sure. It's a word you don't hear very often anymore, is it? Halfpenny. Short for halfpenny. Aww. Monkey Workers, there's a whole load of people who follow. I'm sorry, Agent Kruger, I don't know why it's not making noises or anything, but thank you so much for following. And Monkey Workers just followed. Welcome to the Air Hearts, guys. Not at all, Scott. I mean, I sort of go rooting around in my rooms in my head. A lot of knowledge goes in, and there's a lot still in there, but it takes a while to find it these days. Ah. Thank you, Annalise. That's really kind of you, but you'll make me blush in a minute and have to turn the camera off. I'm just surrounded by lovely peeps. Sorry, Steve, but I'm not very good flying outside the cockpit. I'm just so used to flying in the cockpit. Well, of course we want to turn it into a hug fest. We care about people. I probably care too much sometimes, and I can be hurt, because I'm only human. But I really do care for people. Nothing wrong with that. I know that feeling. 20 people showed me how to set a route on an airline. Every time it don't work, so I fly only. Yeah, well. One day, Mahoney. Well, there's something coming up soon where I might be doing some stuff in the DC-6. But we'll see. Honestly, this Murph's community and the flight sim community is honestly one of the friendliest places I've ever been to and a part of online in a long time. Long time. Yeah, perhaps you can learn Celestial Navigation and not need one. So Celestial Navigation today would be really difficult. With these clouds, really difficult, which is luckily we're following a river. IFR. Picked up a bit of speed now, so... Yeah, it's meant to be a nice day, but if I turn Microsoft Flight Sim live weather on, I'll be flying sideways. Jelly Bean's correct. I follow rivers, I follow roads, and I follow railways. Someone's cutting onions again, I know, right? So we had a little bit about the Tigris, the Euphrates a little bit earlier. So the mouth of the Tigris is at. It's going to sound horrible, but Shat Al Arab, which is in the Basra Governorate of Iraq, flows for 1,900 kilometers, so a little bit shorter than the Euphrates, which is about 1,200 miles. And discharges into the sea at Baghdad, where it joins into the Euphrates. Exactly, yeah, 6 knots, 6 to 8 winds from, yeah, that's fine. But when I put live weather on, the windsock is out full, so that's like 30 knots. That's not. It'll kill us. It will tip this, but it will tip this baby over. Yeah. There's Dougal. So remember tonight, guys, over on YouTube, Q8 Pilot is streaming a Singwings Community Project farewell stream. And he will be giving away up to $500 worth of vouchers on his stream. So do pop over. I think he starts before I finish. But do pop over to see him and see if you can have a chance at winning your own a voucher. Next week on my stream, I will be giving away up to €100 or watch both. Yeah. You can win up to €100, oh well, €25 per person, up to 100 in total for simmarket.com vouchers, graciously donated to us by the Simwings Community Project. And I'm very, very proud to be a recipient, to be able to give away. Yeah, we must have another mod chat. Well, yeah, you know what they say, we don't wait for one to turn up, we can organise one, right? Okay, so Q8 Pilot starts this stream in 30 minutes. So we camp on Samara, which is on the right bank of the river now, but ancient Samara should be on the left bank. I tried a couple of weeks ago, but it never happened. Yeah, we can try it. Right, so I think I'll be okay this week. No worries, Captain Spitfire. We've got about an hour and 10 to go, I think. An hour and 10 to go. ETA 740 BST. GDN, how are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're following the Tigris down towards Baghdad, having left Aleppo or Mouslimie this morning. And we are following day 4 of Amy Johnson's flight to Australia from Croydon. The Stearman is a wonderful aircraft, and she's a delight to fly as always. We're flying low and slow today because we're following the Tigris. We followed the Euphrates for a bit this morning, had a desert landing in the storm, and now we're heading on down. Tickback Gaming is following. Tickback, how are you doing? Nice, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry my alerts aren't working very well, but they should be playing music and they're not. Well, Tickback Gaming, sorry, I beg your pardon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, the Stearman is flying beautifully today, and we have air hearts galore and fireflies. Well, I'm doing well. How you all doing, guys? Check your fuel, remember. If you refueled in the desert, we should be good. Yeah, I've got wingman. Yeah. The legendary Catbat. And Steve Solo now joining in as well. I'm not very good flying outside the cockpit because I'm so used to flying inside a cockpit. So I keep wobbling and ruining them when I look backwards. Because I have to remember to look back and then steer the other way. So I stay level, but it's kind of hard. Oh, and there's Mahoney and the Raphael. The Caudron. Catbat's flown almost an immeasurable distance in that cub of his. So that's ancient Samara on that side. You can see the old building plots and everything. And there's a square building behind us, I believe it's an old ancient Samara's old mosque. Just under 100 miles to go now. Pop the nose up a little bit. I always wonder when I look backwards. But I hope you're all having a great Saturday. So if the wind's coming from 266, I originally was going to do 15. It's going to be a crosswind whichever way we do it, so we should come in probably 3-3 right. So slight deviation on the plan. I'm going to follow the Tigris down, and with the airport to the port side. Sorry, the starboard side, and then we'll fly in near Doualia. So a slight deviation, but otherwise it'll be a cross tail, and we don't really want that. I think there's a palace near here. The Al Ashik Palace. Don't know if it's modelled or anything, but it should be on the bend here. No worries, Annalisa. That is no problem at all, darling. No problem at all. So it's meant to be a palace down here, but probably isn't anymore. I guess it could be a historical palace. No. Yeah. I'm sure there's not. I mean, on the satellite pictures of this area, there are trees, but it's incredible how nature grabs a hold. Yeah. Just stands out for miles, doesn't it? I mean, if you didn't see the desert and you were looking at the green, it could be anywhere. It's like the Nile Delta, how that impacts the countryside around it, which we'll see when we do the Africa journey. We follow quite a lot of the Niles. Arctic Turn, hey, how you doing? You've caught us flying over the Tigris. About 90-ish miles out of Baghdad. We started in Mouslimie, or the Aleppo as it is, and we've flown down the Euphrates, across the desert, had a sandstorm, landed in the desert, broke a strut, and now we're flying down to Baghdad. But I found a picture you might want to see that I don't know if you've ever seen yet. I found it this week and I was gobsmacked. This is like 1930s Microsoft Flight Sim community. We've got George Palmer Putnam, Amelia Earhart, Amy Johnson, and her husband-to-be, Jim Mollison. All hanging out together like we do in Flight Sim. How cool is that? Isn't it brilliant? So yeah, and as we're heading down towards Baghdad, 1930, a lot different to what it is today. And we've got a nice aerial view of the city from 1930. Not sure that's what we'll see today, but because obviously it's modern day stuff. But yeah, I have pictures of Amy and Amelia together when they were in London, which I'm holding to do when I do the Amelia across the Atlantic. But yeah. So, how you doing now? Hi. Arctic, you doing alright? Scenery is stunning. The weather, the clouds are like crazy. Never flown in this part of the world in flight sims. Oh, nice. Well, I should try and catch you, as always. Getting these kids outside too. Give them the boot. Yeah. So many people flying along as always, and I am so grateful for every single one of you for joining me on a Saturday afternoon. Join me on my crazy journeys. Botif is here as well now. Botif, hello. Sorry, I'm sorry, my friend. Did I miss you coming in? I'm terribly naughty at the moment. Lovely to see you. How you doing, Botif? We got Wacamo, Steve, Millie, Druid, Goofier, Mahoney, Scorpio 49, Druid Zeus, Copper Hat, Dougal, Cat Bat 9 is with us, Steve Solo. Angry One Horn, hello, how are you doing? You've changed your plane to a heli, no worries, Mahoney. Squawk Talk, yes, we're getting close now. We're not far from Al Mutasim. Wibbly wobbly planey. I know, right? But it's a wibbly wobbly river. I hope you're having a great weekend, Angry One Horn. Lovely to see you. Thank you for popping by. We've got about 80 odd miles. About 48 minutes. 50 minutes. We've gained a bit of speed because of the wind. No worries, Dougal, I'm sorry. Sorry it was a bit longer than I thought. When I reread my notes and everything, it was like, oh god, she went across country. Otherwise, I'm sorry about that. Next week's a long one. Next week's like probably 10 hours. Never mind. I know you've got to hop and support QA today, and that's no problem at all. Thank you for being here for as long as you have been, and then keeping us company. Wibbly wobbly, play me, way me. No tree landings, no loggages. Look at the lighting and everything. So if you fly Microsoft Flight Simulator and you do have the Stearman, you can get this livery over on twotoemurphys.com/downloads. Johnny F73, good afternoon to you. Thank you so much. Yeah, doing good, thank you, apart from my dodgy old back. Probably about 3/4 of an hour down into Baghdad. Plus a little bit of pottering around as I change course because the wind's different to what I expected. We're just meandering down the Tigris. I mean, look, you could, the fields below could just be like English fields, right? Farmland anywhere in the world. And then you look out to the sides and there's a desert. Crackers. So on Thursday I went flying down the Thames with Pilot Peely, and it was almost like an alley reminiscence tour because I'd lived in quite a few places in the Thames Valley. And here we are following a river again. Makes a bit of a change. So, about 3/4 of a tank of fuel left, so plenty of fuel to get us now. I mean, she had enough fuel to fly 13 hours in this baby. There's a thunderfly on my tail. Oh, it's a bit of a stutter. And another one. Sorry about that, Steve. I think that was the server stuttering on me. I think we both stuttered at the same time then. North Europe, Johnny F73, North Europe. We are we near an airport? Oh, I don't know. Don't think. So Dougal says Oscar Romeo Bravo Delta. I didn't write down a lot of airports on this one because I was going to be following the river. Whoops. My leg didn't like that very much. Okay, thanks. Ooh. That's a bit weird, didn't it? Is the Stearman better than the Waco? I think that's very subjective, Johnny. I prefer the Stearman to the Waco. I wouldn't say it is better, but I do prefer it. It has better ground handling. It flies lovely. It's maneuverable. It's slower. I prefer it. I think what is better is very subjective to the mind's eye of the person that's flying it. So I always say is, what's the better aircraft is the one that you prefer to fly. Because what I like might not be the same what you like. I find the Stearman very claustrophobic in terms of its cockpit. How it's the rear seat is very close to the wings, and it's very enclosed. It's not a bad aircraft. Don't get me wrong. It's not. But I prefer the Stearman by a long way. The Stearman's the Waco can be a bit of a handful, and it does have a the multiplayer sound bug. Which basically it makes it play all the different aircrafts in your basically in your cockpit. It's very annoying. But the Stearman's a nice plane. It's a very nice plane. It's very simple. You know, it's not very fast. She can be a handful to fly because she doesn't have any flaps. So slowing her down can be a pain. But she is lovely. I mean, look how gorgeous she is. What a gorgeous aircraft. She's beautiful. I think you'll like it, Johnny. Is there anyone that doesn't like the Stearman among us? Squawk Talk, yes, I've done that. Yeah. Yeah. I've got Weather Preset Pro, and it allows us to set the sandstorm, so I've done that. Did a little one because it was very hard to know where she actually landed, because she didn't know. She had no idea where she was. She was somewhere between the Euphrates and the Tigris, which is what we're now following. Alright, so that's ORBD down there then, is it? I guess that's ORBD. Exactly, what's £12? And to be honest, £12, bargain for such a nice little plane. Dikey Decimus, hey, how you doing? Brilliant stream last night, wasn't it? Lovely stream. I like all planes which don't look like a diamond. So, mentally and probably holistically I'm quite well, but my back is in a right mess. So I can't move very much at the moment, which is... At the moment I can push my legs, which I couldn't do yesterday. So I can do the rudders. But yeah, I'm alright. How are you doing? You alright? Had a good week? Amazing aircraft. And there's it. There's Johnny F-73 down there, 163 feet in the on the ground in the Stearman. We see you. Oh, crikey. No shortage for work at the moment. Yeah, I'm sorry you've had it so bad out there, guys. Floods were really bad. Really bad. The poor old planet's suffering right now. Well... There's a well ... We see you. You're in the air. Oh god, yeah, she's definitely easier to take off than the Waco. But she's not as fast. So she's a little bit more gentle. And she hasn't got quite the torque. Excuse me a moment. Stretch. Oh, well, as long as you're safe. I mean, as long as people are safe. I know that some people... yeah. I know. The wildfires everywhere. causing chaos and carnage. So tinder dry. But the steerman's very mobile. Yes, yeah. I mean, we're in Iraq. We're obviously, you know, we're following the Tigris now. We've started following the Euphrates. But like, you know, the clouds are beautiful. Look at that towering lot over there. You can see how important the river is. Yeah, that will cause a tail strike if we try an STOL a diamond. Yeah, it would be a problem. Yeah. It must have been really hot, Captain Seppi. I mean, because the temperature average around then is about 35 degrees. Welcome back, Captain Seppi. Welcome back, Captain Spitfire. I was telling everyone again about your achievements with celestial navigation and tell them to come over and watch the stream, because that was incredible, especially those that want to learn. It would have been noisy as well, because on a lot of the Gypsy Moths they had a long tailpipe, but on this one they had stubs to make it more efficient for the burn. Yeah, so live weather is totally clear, absolutely, and it should only have a 7 to 8 knot wind. But in my live weather, it's in excess of 30 knots. Which will flip us when we hit the ground. So it's not right. No, Kevin, it doesn't. So this is an add-on aircraft. But it's actually a relatively inexpensive add-on. I think it's around about £12, I think. But I'm definitely I think it's available on the marketplace now. It's a DC Designs PT-17 Stearman. I'm not sponsored by anybody or anything, so I picked it because the Stearman is lovely, and it was used in the recreation of this flight in real life by Tracy Curtis Taylor. When she flew a PT-17 named the Spirit of Artemis from Croydon to Darwin, or London. She flew off from London. Yeah, so it's not too terrible. July was the hottest on record since recording of them in 142 years. I know, crikey. Morlin, can you 4 in Red Bull? No, I haven't, Scott, no. I've tried physio, I've tried acupuncture, I've tried... I'll slow down a bit, Johnny. I absolutely do have a tailwind. I've slowed down a bit. The DC Designs PT-17 Stearman. No, I haven't yet. I tried everything else though. It's a lovely aircraft. They take tail draggers always take a little bit of getting used to. I've slowed down a little bit just to help people catch up. I see you there, Johnny. I've slowed down a bit now. Annalisa, I was hopeless in a tail dragger as well. But if you get the Stearman, you'll love it. It's really easy because it's not fast. You know, all tail draggers have a little bit of rudder dancing to do to get straight and things like that. But it's not like the Waco. The Waco is a handful. You're impressed with the AP and the H135? Yeah. Everyone's they look really nice. I just have no experience of helicopters. So so rudder pedals at the moment are they're lovely, but they also hurt me because my legs are very painful because of where the nerve is pinched. Yep, a ground loop. Yep, which Amelia did in the Electra on Ford Island.
It's hoisted out because it wasn't cut.
And removed her starboard undercarriage. There you are, Johnny. I got you. You've caught me up now. So what do you think, Johnny? Ah, right. So the only other thing then, Johnny, is because I've got a livery, I'm using my special livery. You can get that for free down on... you don't have to put it on your aircraft, but having it in your community folder will make me show properly. You can get that over on tutomurphy.com/downloads. But I have you, because I have all the liveries. I see you in the Stearman. She's lovely. Now, the only thing I would say is she's very easy to flip in terms of ailerons. She will do an aileron spin really easily. Yeah, you don't have to do too much to that. Sorry, guys. Crisps and pizza going everywhere. But if you watch YouTube videos of the Stearman, they can throw this thing around. It really is very maneuverable. We all thought it was a little bit too much, but it is very maneuverable based on what you see on the, you know, the way they can barnstorm it. I'm having pizza for tea. Bort Panda and Laura are making pizza. Oh no, the burger rings. Oh. Yeah, when you tossed your crisps yesterday, I absolutely guffawed, Annalisa. Oh, there's poor crisps. Yeah, I'm sorry too. Yeah. No, I do need to lose some weight, so lockdown was not kind. So I do need to get back at it. Because when I did weightlifting and everything and lost a load of weight, my back got a lot better. Not just from being fitter and losing weight, but the building of the muscles made it stronger and more supportive. Now they're not so supportive, and so I keep impinging, so it's my own fault. But lockdown was not kind and there were no gyms, so but now Bork is done, but once this is cleared I will go back. Potip's got a new bed today for his back. Biscuit's here. Biscuits and gravy. Having to wait a bit. Spaz was watching watching a funeral. Did you drop the... So tell us, like Murph's bin being too close to him, did you have a bowl that you poured them into from... Was it you know, like a TV trick where you sort of tip them out but they went into a big bowl? Or did they really go over the floor? Murph's going to be going, what do you mean my bin's too close? Oh, they just went everywhere. I know this is going to sound really odd, Scott, but weightlifting is really good for A, shifting the weight, and B, really good for building muscles in the back. Takes a while. I was once super big, and I lost 42 kilos in a year. So it can be done. Thank you. I put a lot back on recently. But yeah, it's brilliant. I never thought I would be able to do it because of my back, but it was my brain stopping me from doing it. It's a mirror. Walk the beagle. Did I share that picture with you? And did I share my picture of my before and after? Oh, when he said my age, yeah, I'm 55 this year. I'm a granny. Well, see, nana naps, not queen naps, nana naps. She's gonna tell me off any moment now. I can hear the typing, the furious. I'm not allowed to use nana nap normally. See, there you go, queen naps. And I knew there would be furious typage. Yeah, we're not far out now. You can almost see the runways. In fact, we can see the runways. But yeah, I was very, very ill. I made myself very, very ill by being very overweight, sadly. I developed a liver disease because of it. Which 80% of the overweight population have. But in 10% of the population it turns into a very nasty, potentially fatal condition called non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, and basically it causes the fat in the liver, causes it to expand. The expansion causes it to inflame, and the inflammation causes scarring, and the scarring can go on to become cirrhosis, just like you can if you are an alcoholic. But it's all caused just by being overweight. And they said, oh, you're too young to have that. And then when I had the biopsy, they're like, no, you've got it. And thankfully it's much better now. Yeah, I mean, when I lost all of that weight, I rolled it back to the point where my liver test results and my fibro scans were better on average than people who've never had liver disease. So thankfully for me, it was an organ that can recover, which is why I definitely need to get some weight off, because I don't want to go back there. Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. Old veteran. So pleased for her. Yes, it does. It creaks and it whistles and it wobbles and shakes, and the wind in your ears is just incredible. Aye. Yes, yeah, so you should be. That's an incredible job. No easy feat. Because you know, when you do get overweight and everything's that little bit harder. The fatigue kicks in really badly, especially if you're diabetic. So it's a double whammy. You're tired from the diabetes, you're tired because you're overweight, and it just, you know, the liver disease also makes you really tired. So it's just like, well, completely takes the wind out of your sails. And then if you have any form of doubt or condition like I had, where I was just in complete denial. I was in complete denial. It can come off again, Annalisa. It absolutely can come off again. Just when you're able and when you're fit, you can go again. Nothing's ever impossible, right? Like me landing this Stearman. Yeah, yeah. And I know I need to lose weight because, well, I was on, you know, obviously I didn't go anywhere during lockdown. No one went anywhere. And yeah, what I didn't do was I didn't cut down my food intake. Eat less, move more, essentially. Squawk Talk, hello. So we're not far out now, but you can see the runway lights out there, so. Airport elevation is 114 feet. So it's not very, it's quite low. So, but we're going to come in, follow the river down a little bit. And we're going to come in, we're going to turn in around about the sort of University of Baghdad area. I'm very light build, but gained 25 kilos during the pandemic, starting to wear out because of fatigue, breathing, and hot. Yeah. Yeah, Daki, totally, yeah. My back problems is because of my weight that I put on. Yeah, so I think the important thing to say is is not necessarily being good or trying to make. So I definitely try not to do is demonize food, because all food is good for you. You know, all food is good for you. It's the moderation and quantity that we all eat it in. So I've never used things like, oh, that's bad food, or whatever. Well, we can all get it off, guys. We can all get it off. Perhaps we should have a... Because one of the biggest things about doing anything is having support. You know, perhaps we should have our own little support club and, you know, arrange to go to the gym at certain points of times and then all report back to each other and just cheer each other on. Because it's the cheering on that's the good stuff. If you have no one to support you, it's very hard. Very hard. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I know what it is. When I went to my liver clinic, they know why I put the weight on. They weren't, because I've done it before, they weren't that concerned. But they would be if it went on for another 2 years or something like that. So. Well, that's great, Ducky. That's really good. I once did a walk. Weird, man. We're on North Europe, but we're just coming into land. We're about 11 minutes away. The airport's over there. We're nearly at the end of our journey today. But normally you'd find us on North Europe. Yeah, absolutely. But we fly every Saturday here on Twitch at 2 PM BST or 1300 Zulu. And we are recreating historic flights of female aviators. And we're on day 4 of Amy Johnson's flight from Croydon to Australia. Flying in the Stearman, which she flew in a Gypsy Moth. And we're here with Fireflies and Thunderflies and the gang all around. Oh, Warhamster's here. Oh no, it's weird, man. Oh, you found us. You're in a Husky. Nice. But we're going to go and land over on Baghdad runway, Baghdad airport. Been a great flight. Some incredible scenery. Yeah, I can totally believe that, Annalisa. You mean? I mean, I'm still in my 14s, but my genes are protesting a little bit, so I've got to get up, got to get off my bottom and do something. So as soon as my back's okay, Bort Panda's had her jabs now, so she and I can go to the gym and spot each other. I can get back to it. Yeah, I don't think anyone likes to do it, but sadly, it's very good for us. I mean, people kept, you know, sending me messages on Facebook and stuff going, what's the magic secret? And it's like, and when they were very disappointed when I was like, well, have a calorific deficit and exercise. They were like, really, is that it? It's like, yeah. I mean, what else is there? There's no magic pill, is there? Elastic waistbands. Oh. I mean, like lots of things, right? We all want easy, quick fixes like sim working and all of that crazy stuff, but And you don't even have to cut a lot. So I had a 20% calorific deficit and just exercised 3 days a week. And what that meant was I didn't sabotage my exercise because I was still eating quite a bit, but I changed what I eat. So instead of having like battered fish and chips, I'd have breaded or dusted fillets of fish with sweet potato fries and vegetables. Still fish and chips, but just slightly different. And not everyone likes sweet potato and things like that, but for me it worked. But it meant that I didn't think that I was being penalized, because the brain goes, you're punishing me by eating salad, or you're punishing me by doing this. I could still have it. I could have ice cream, but I had that halo top, and that's like 99 calories a tub. 99 calories a tub, right? Don't feel guilty if it's only 99 calories a tub compared to a Ben & Jerry's, which was 5 times that. You know? No. I took, like I said to my doctor, I put it on over a long time. It's going to take some time to come off. It took a year of hard work. Exercising 3 days a week. It is. I mean, the trouble with me is I have a very sweet tooth. Chocolate is my Achilles heel. Okay, then we can prepare for landing. We're going to go in on 33 right. I changed hot meals in the evening to midday. That alone will make a difference. Yeah, obviously with work, I can't really change my hot meal to the daytime. But well, I'm really proud of you guys for, Danky. Yeah, keep it up. That's all I can say. Keep it up. I will get there as well. Now that Bort Panda we can go to the gym. I feel a bit. There was a part of me that was very uncomfortable going out and about a little while ago. Very socially not happy. But I'm a little bit more comfortable now. I've been back at work. So there's the University of Baghdad below us. And the campus. Yeah, and to be honest, Annalise, with having a lung condition as well. Gosh, so much that. Look at that. I know, right? Well, with the lighting fixed, Gulfstream, it certainly is a bit better. It was very washed out a while ago. But it's certainly better now that they've done the lighting fix. But it is a beautiful game when it behaves itself. Oh, it was definitely overexposed. Because even on my wings, they were bright white all of the time. They were never in shadow like they are now. They were just bright white. But now they've got all the shadows and everything back on them, so it's really good. So as we come in, 500 nautical miles nearly complete. all the way from Mouslimie or Aleppo to Baghdad. Drop off a little bit of my excess height, doing a bit of a forward slip. Oh, is it stuttering for you, Gulfstream? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it is. Hey, Black Diamond, welcome back. Yeah, they are cool. I mean, we've got some great crowds behind us. I think they'll turn up. I think we'll have the Northern Lights in. Aviation with Jan, hey, how you doing? Doing good, thank you. We're just coming into land at Baghdad after 5 hours or so of streaming. We flew down from Aleppo, or Mouslimie as it was back in 1930. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is the runway, the ending, the landing. So you've literally caught us right at the end. Crabbing in somewhat. Take care, Scott. Lovely to have you been here most of the day. Thank you so much. Oh, look at that's windsock. That's not a good look. Get those ailerons into that wind. Very floaty. Come on. I'll take that in that wind. I'll take that in that wind. Whoop, little bit of wind. Ailerons, come on. Come on. There we go. Let's get her off. Whew. Oh, it was a great flight, but that was a bit dicey. It was a bit tricksy. That wind, crosswind, is a little bit stiff. Five hours, 11 minutes, 17. So not bad. Let's jump out and see people as they're coming in. Most people are down, I'm afraid, by the looks of it. Showcase. Drone camera. Who's in? There's Wakamo. Scorpio's on the way in. Kazaki's down. Need to be a bit faster, Alison. Not very good with this drone cam, I'm afraid, guys. Hello, Duck. How you doing? Yeah, she could have come in head for the wind. Yeah, exactly. But today, not so much. Not so much. Oh, how did I do that? Oh, I hear someone. Here comes Millie. Not bad at all, Millie. Well done. Nicely. And here comes Scorpio. And oh, his cat battage way up in the air. Nicely done, Scorpio. Nice one. Yeah, there's the rudder dance in the wind. Nicely done. Here comes Weird Man Weird. Nice job. A little bit of a bump, but all good, all good. Well, I think we're all down. I don't think there's anyone else in the sky. I missed most of you. Oh, it's because I'm so slow. Look at you, wonderful lot. So a big thank you, Scorpio, Rad Pilot Randy, Steve Solo, Kazaki Flyer, Druid Zeus, Captain Jack Lyle, Millie. Who are you? I can't see who you are. Weird Man Weird, Johnny F73, Pate 691, Botip, Steve Solo, Whack-A-Mo, Steve JB 73, and Goofy Air. I hope you had a great flight with me today. I certainly enjoyed having all of you with us. Yum. And to Dougal McTavish, who was here earlier, who couldn't sadly be here at the end because he's gone off to support our friend QA Pilot. So I just want to see what Blue Mana Battery is doing tonight, because I know he's streaming, but I think he's only got like one person with him. Let's see what is he streaming? What's Blue Mana Battery streaming? Think about who I can raid. Who can we raid? Someone who's doing some GA, hasn't got very many, and is in English. That's just white noise. Anyone got any ideas? He was on, but I don't think he is now. Colonel Falk's not on yet, is he? Anyone got any ideas? Mustafa, perhaps? Oh, it was brilliant. Thank you so good. Thank you so much, guys. It's always good to have a nice photo up at the end, right? If I could get my machine working. There we go. Oh, I wish I don't know. Raid Moose. Let's do Moose. Okay. Thanks ever so much, everybody. Well, see you next week for the giveaway stream where we'll be giving away 4 €25 gift tokens for simmarket.com, so you can buy airplane sceneries, etc. Generously donated by the Simwings Community Project, where we'll be flying from Baghdad to Bandar Abbas in Iraq. So thanks everyone. Thank you so much for following along. The chatting, the cheers, the laughs, the giggles, the cheers, the bits, the subs. Couldn't do it without you all. So thank you so very much. And let's go and raid Mustafa. I can't even type it now. So raid Moose. Mustafa? Yeah. Let's try that. Oh, it says invalid name. Why can't I find it? Why is it so hard? But have a fantastic weekend, everybody. See you soon.
Streaming. What were you doing? Welcome here, guys. Thank you so much for the raid. And Muse fan 12345. Hello, sir. Annalisa I. Hello, hello. Do make sure giveaway. Make sure you hit that follow button. You got to be a follower to win. We're gonna give away 2 free subs to the Gustavo channel.
Well, they say if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. Sorry. Yeah, keep going. I don't know where that came from.
Speedbird 703.
I think there's a K in there.
Alright, 240 degrees 70 on the flight level for Speedbird 703.
Well, they say if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. Sorry. Yeah, keep going. I don't know where that came from. Go ahead.
Alright, we got all kinds of follows coming in. Holy moly. So we got Annalisa I, Allison Johnson, Goofier Manatee, Muse Fam 1345, Goblin Zeus, Captain Mahoney, Stephen J. Bland, and Brawl Guy 1245. Welcome here, everyone. Type exclamation point Ticket Moose as you're hitting that follow button to get entered into the giveaway.